my name's Mick Ending, Ada Mono Car Club here. The best DJ in West Sussex.
Probably not asked. You're not playing out to the camera, are you?
Yeah. That's the camera. Ooh, hello.
Ben Morey taking the win there, Liam Hendy in second, then Gareth wanting a shout out, got a third.
We've got a couple of cents on the
Next, race 11, 13, 5, Blinky.
Don't tell Stuart.
If I say I'll cut him off, I'll accidentally cut him off.
You both come off.
Yeah,
How come you got a blue one? How come he's special? You've got a blue one? I want a blue one. It's my team. Look, blue. See what I did last week? See what I tried? See what I did last week? See what I tried? Actually wore it all weekend. That wasn't pissing off.
No, not bad.
on. I want Stu's camera, so I'm going to go there. Yeah. Oh.
That's it.
Okay. So we went red again there. Look. That's yellow. That's green. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Eastbourne Model Car Club for round 5 of the King of Clubs 22 Championship. We're here in the bright sunshine, 30-degree heat. We're watching the Tamiya Junior E first heat. So these are drivers 12 years and under with little or no RC racing experience. They're all racing Tamiya TT02s with very limited hop-ups, and they're doing very well indeed. I think that's Chloe Snashall we're looking at now in the pink car, who's currently running in. Where are you, Chloe, in the championship? I think she's 4th in the championship, Chloe, doing very well. Currently leading this heat, I believe. Let me just check the live timing. Yeah, Ellie Smith, I beg your pardon, Ellie, I got your name wrong. You'll tell me off for that later, won't you? So we just look at the drivers in this heat. It's Ellie Smith currently leaving from Hamish Clark, and Scott Nasimoto running in 3rd position. Edward Heatley's in 4th from superstar young 5-year-old Frankie Fletcher, who's currently running in 5th, a fan favourite Frankie. That's the pink car you just saw whizzing by out of shot. There you go, that's Frankie Fletcher. Son of top racers Billy and Danny. Oh, he ran a little bit wide there, but he's recovered very nicely. Well done, Frankie. Finley Batt, son of Sean Batt, one of the series sponsors, Bat Cave, who produce a brilliant range of carbon fibre and other exotic materials, accessories for all the top touring cars, all the top racing cars. Hannah Nasimoto, who's running in 7th right now from Riley in 8th. Oh, and there's a big crash there for Frankie. He's flipped over, but very skillfully landed on his roof, and he's away again. Well done, Frankie. So onto the start-finish straight. Frankie taking a bit of grass and cutting it for us nicely, for making the track look good for the remainder of the races. Oh, and he's taken that grass again, and didn't see who that was flying through on the inside with the nice orange and white paintwork. Struggling to stay on the tarmac right now. The green car there we're looking at, I think that's Scott, that's young Scott Nasimoto. You can see the children up on the driving rostrum right now. There they all are. Like I say, they're all under 12 years of age, all up there standing on a step or something. You see on the left, that's Danny with her young 5-year-old son Frankie, fastest 5-year-old in the country. And if anyone out there's got a bit of money left in their wallet from the weekend, we could really do with a stream deck. So send that flying along down the straight, left and right, no traction at all, over the rope, back over the grass, a bit of rally crossing action there. So all of these kids are complete novices, but really improving at incredibly fast rate, and it's great to see. We've got around about 30 junior drivers with us here today, including these 2 heats of Tamiya Junior E racers, the Touring Car Talent Cup, which is coming up a little bit later on, which is full-blown touring car racing, really designed for graduates from this series and older children looking to start out in racing, are generally under 16 years of age. And we've got a few very experienced juniors in the higher heats, in the 13.5 Blinky class. Jack Collins having a very good day. Definitely got the pace to keep Billy Fletcher and Marcus Askell honest in today's racing. Oh, spectacular tumble there for the for the red, white and yellow car. Very nicely painted car, that one. Can't quite stay on the black stuff. To be fair, the grass is so dry, it does look a little bit like asphalt, so maybe that's confusing the young driver. And that car's finished, so end of that qualifying heat. That was a win for Hamish Clark, with Frankie Fletcher in second position. Well done, Frankie. Ellie Smith having a good drive, finishing in third place from Scott, Edward, Finley, Hannah and Riley. So countdown, 2-minute countdown for the start of race 2, which is the top heat of Tamiya Junior E. These are the drivers who are competing for the highest championship positions. James Snashaw is currently leading the championship, tied with Xavi Trebo. Xavi's unfortunately not here this weekend. He's on holiday with his mum, we understand. So we'll be anxiously looking at the results. So James, because there's 2 drop scores in this, so there's 10 races in total making up the championship, and it's the best 8 finishes to count. Xavi has done all 8 races so far, so his score will stay as it is. James has also done all 8 races so far, but if he's able to better his scores today, and I think he just needs a second place finish here today, he will pip Xavi to the championship and be the 2022 Tamiya Junior E champion. So the names have changed on the screen. You can now see the drivers for this heat. It's James Snashaw, who's car number 1, from Sibao Komoto, who's car number 2, and George Williams, who's currently sitting 3rd in the championship, car 3, from Chloe Snashaw, who's racing against George for 3rd in the championship. So there's a close battle to watch. Fergus Clark, Evan Hellier, Edward Fuller, Matthew. Oh, and away we go. It's a little thrown there by the changes of the names, but that's James Snashaw in the blue car that we're watching now on screen. He's being chased by Evan Hellier, who's in the very nice white and gold GT40. But James Snashaw, the current championship leader, as I say, he's having a good day today. He was very nervous coming into this round. We saw him at the club last weekend and had a chat with his mum and dad, and very excited at the prospect of winning the championship. And the nerves are of course a factor. This is big stuff for these young drivers, these talented young racers. So James already coming up to lap some traffic there. He's just cut underneath George Williams, and he's catching the red and green car. The broadcast from the race computer doesn't seem to be all that reliable at the moment, so occasionally it's cutting out. Very nice body paint on that red and green car, currently now out of shot. But we've just picked up Matthew Little from Aldershot Model Car Club. One of the new drivers this year, Matthew. He's risen through the ranks quickly and is very popular young driver. Stayed up terribly late with his mum Becky last night, partying away with the bouncy castle and the sumo suits. They were the undisputed winners of the 3-legged sumo suit race around the circuit last night. Well done, Matthew and Becky. And Matthew will be looking to match that performance with a win in the races here today after this qualifying. Currently obviously finding traction a little difficult, missing all the apexes and getting big four-wheel slides, a lot of oversteer for the cars. That won't be helping it either, as clipping the crash car there, but it's very difficult for the drivers. They're turning They're turning where they think they should, but it ends up being too late, and the oversteer takes them well wide of the. They get understeer into oversteer, well wide of the apex, and they find themselves losing time all the way around the track. Michael Hendy's just walked past behind me, who filled his baseball cap with water. I believe that's because he's after one of the 2022 blue hats as a freebie later today. Yes, that's confirmed. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Wanting one of the freebies. So there's a massive range of prizes available today. We've got a 4x4 Tamiya Bruiser as the golden ticket raffle prize, which is a really big prize. There's a Tamiya TC01, champagne, trophies, medals, a bumper list of goodies from Zen Racing, from Schumacher Racing, vouchers from MB Models, the title sponsor, and Basil Airbrush, the race painter. Lots and lots of prizes.
Can you stand back on your marshal? Yeah, cheers, mate.
So the purple car we're looking at there, I think that's Chloe or Fergus. I'm sorry, I couldn't quite make out their number on the car, but
Chloe, I think.
it's Chloe, I think, the purple car with the pink wing, driving very well. Chloe Snashall, she's got some pink colouring in her hair to match the pink wing on a racing car. Oh, lovely line through the initial part of that chicane and onto the start-finish straight. So the two drivers we can see there, nip and tuck in this one, that's Chloe and George. They're currently fighting for third position in the championship. So George is the orange car. Oh, onto the grass for Chloe, and that's going to let George in front, I think. No, not quite. Oh, and they touch, and a little bit of a Colby kiss for the two of them there, and didn't come out of it too badly. Chloe had to go back there, didn't she? And George is onto the grass again. Lost a bit of his body shell, tumbling over the. So it looks like Chloe's going to have the advantage in qualifying, certainly in this round anyway, for young George, who's missed the last round, I think, George. And very nice looking orange body shell. He's missing a bit at the front there. He's obviously had a bit of contact with that rope and a few other occasions. So the final time has gone. Yeah, so time has gone, so that's a win for James from Matthew, who made it all the way up to second place. Well done, Matthew. From Evan, Chloe, Fergus, Seba, George, Theo, and Edward Fuller was a DNS. So young Chloe's definitely got the advantage in the battle for the third place finish in the championship so far. So there's the result. There's the result on screens. We're just waiting now for race number 3, which is the Touring Car Talent Cup. X-ray driver Harry Jeffries is leading the way in the championship in the Talent Cup. A very familiar name to RC racers. But Harry's on his holidays today and couldn't get back in time. Couldn't get a flight back in time to make it for today, but he's got a 4-point advantage over Archie Matthews, a local driver. So Archie will be hoping, I suppose, to score enough points today to outscore Harry, but that's going to be no mean feat.
On your marshal position, but stand back, yeah. Sort out, that's what Marcus said.
So that's Archie Matthews leading away cleanly. Nice new race paint for Archie, the white front with the pink stripe and the blue rear end, very nice and easy to spot on track. Quick car up the straight, Archie. Knows this track very well. This is his local club. He's very quick here, very fast here. Occasionally gets a little bit frustrated and can make a big mistake trying to lap at the absolute fastest pace. But so far, this is a really good start for round 4. Nicely kissing the apexes there, round into the infield section. Great camera work from BBC Stu there, getting a really nice close view as Archie cuts through the back markers there. That was Poppy and one of the standing boys, I think, that he cleanly came through. Problem for Kenny's car, so he's having to miss this round, I think. Current running order there on screen. It's Archie Matthews from Harry Honza and Oliver Woodall, who are neck and neck. Harry Honza, one of the Ada drivers, and Oliver, who did the Tamiya Junior E Series last year and progressed very quickly in that series. He's a very talented driver with young Poppy Hyde in 4th. That's a good drive from Poppy, from Harry Standing, Tyler Standing, and Kenny and Ethan technicals, I think, and DNS. Very, very difficult for the cars in these warm conditions. So hopefully nothing too serious, and they'll be back for the final races. That's Oliver Woodall, I think we're looking at there with the white fluoro and red striped car. He's controlling got a lack of traction with that car, but he's controlling it very nicely, very well, keeping it tight to the apexes. And we've dropped back to the blue car, which I think is Harry Honza, Harry the Ada driver, one of the older drivers in this class. I think Harry's 14, 15 years old. He's still new to the sport. I think this is his second season of racing. Both Harry Honza and Archie have pushed Harry Jeffries close to race wins at each of the rounds so far. It's fair to say Harry Jeffries has had the edge and has had the beating of both these boys, but it'll be an interesting race without the Gloucester driver, because Archie and Harry Honza will be neck and neck, I think, for the top place in this particular final. So that's young Tyler Standing, I think, that we're looking at there. Or no, I think that's his cousin Harry. That's Harry Standing we're looking at. Harry, another one of the pool of talent drivers coming through from Ada Model Car Club. Very nice BMW style paint job there, isn't it? With the white front, orange stripe and the black rear end. Very, very tidy touring car paint stream. They've taken to organising, I think, Saturday practices. Oh, a spin in the kink. It's a difficult kink, that, the Eastbourne kink. It was a new track extension, I don't know, some 10 or something years ago. And there's a bump where the surface changes from the old surface to the new surface, and the cars can bottom out there, lose traction, and if you've got a bit too much steering and power on at that point, it can send them spinning and throw you off the circuit. Oh, and that's Kenny. So Kenny's made it onto the track for a few practice laps. It won't be a great result for him with, oh dear, a lot of spinning around there. That's obviously a technical foul, but Marcus Askell is there to save the day. And we're back with race leader, I think, Archie Matthews. Let's have a little look at the just 20 seconds to go, I think. 10 seconds to go. Current order is Archie from Oliver and Harry Honza. Oliver and Harry Honza are within a second of each other, I think. They're really nip and tuck. This is going to be a close finish between these two. That's Archie coming round to take the round the round win through the final chicane. And mistake there, was first mistake over the start-finish line with Harry Honza just behind. That's Poppy finishing. So I think that was... Has Oliver finished as well? Yes, Oliver's finished as well. So everyone finished. So that's a win for Archie from Oliver Woodall, Harry Honza, Poppy, Harry standing, Tyler standing, and Kenny just managing a few practice laps.
Charlie.
Jack, can you get me a drink? Can you get me a can of Coke? Yeah. No. Yeah, yeah.
So here we are with the first heat of the KOC GT class. This is a mixed chassis class. It's a mixture of Tamiya TT02s, TT01s, TC01s, and there's Automatics front-wheel drive cars. There's some Schumacher front-wheel drive cars. So the mix of two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive cars in this heat. These cars differ from the touring cars that we were looking at earlier in the Talent Cup in that they're running treaded tyres, so it's got a realistic treaded tyre. Strictly replicas of realistic looking cars, which of course, for the speed of these RC cars, remember they're 10th scale cars, so if they're doing 50 mile an hour up the straight, that's 500 mile an hour scale speed, so the aerodynamics is incredibly important for these cars. So the realistic looking body shells are less aerodynamic than the racing touring car shells, and so they slow these cars down a little bit, but when you look at the results, it is not by much at all, and the mixed bag of four-wheel drive and two-wheel drive creates some really exciting racing in this class. The four-wheel drive cars are a little bit quicker up the straight, and the two-wheel drive cars are a little bit quicker up the straight, and the four-wheel drive cars having the edge in the corners, which creates plenty of overtaking opportunities and nip and tuck, and also every racer's favourite excuse, well, he only won that because he had a different sort of car to me. So, all in all, everyone is happy. So we're currently looking at very nicely painted red and white car. Not sure who the driver is, I'm afraid. I can't quite make out the number from here. That's car number 4, so that's Christopher Brain, who's going around there with dare I say it, the Marlborough colour scheme. Of course, that's Marlborough clothing, ladies and gentlemen, no other sort of product associated with the brand. We drop back to the blue car there, very nice GT40. I think that's Martin Reeder, the blue GT40 car with the orange stripe. Let's see if we can pick up the number on that, or have a clue from the drivers' faces as they're watching it go around. Nope, I can't quite make out who that is, but it's a very nice looking car nonetheless, being driven very nicely. overshooting the hairpin at the end of the straight. So just over 3 minutes gone in this fourth round qualifying heat, race 4, the KOC GT class at round 5 of KOC 22 here at Eastbourne Electric Car Club. Currently the leader of this one is Christopher Brain from Gloucestershire with a very nice, what looked like an automatic front-wheel drive car. He's leading from Martin Reeder, Adam Southgate and Jonathan Simblet are neck and neck in the third place positions. Mike Vale, Kev, Graham, Peter, Finley Lanaway. Finley was second in the Tamiya Junior E Series last year, a very talented young driver. We're certainly one to watch, ladies and gentlemen, in the future of this racing class. So that green car there, it's a very nice looking body shell. Sort of a retro racing shell with an air scoop at the front. Oh, and there's a car we recognise. So Peter Harradence from Aldershot Model Car Club. Oh dear, Stu put the curse on in there, just picked him up and followed him straight on off the hairpin into the grass. But prize in the comments, ladies and gents, if you can tell us the name of the colour scheme of that green, orange and white car, the sort of the tartan style colours, a very famous Le Mans racing colour scheme. That looks like another front wheel drive car we've picked up there. That's car number I think that's car number 1. I think that's Mike Vale we're looking at there. My eyesight's not what it used to be, I'm afraid, ladies and gents. It's trouble seeing the numbers on these cars. I think for next year, Stu, we should definitely have numbers on the sides of cars as well for the commentators.
Yeah.
I noticed at the EFRA European Championships recently that we broadcast with great win for Tommy Hill. That wasn't it? Brilliant racing. But they had the big yellow numbers on the front and the sides of the cars, which certainly makes it a lot easier for the commentators. So that was a win for Christopher from Martin, Jonathan, Mike, Adam, Kevin, Graham, Finley, Peter and Paul bringing up the rear. So we're about to start race 5. This is the top heat of KOC GT with the very fast drivers in this heat. We've got local hero Stu Rand, who will no doubt be towards the front of it. Reigning champion Tim Harrop, current championship leader Andy Travis is up there. Rich Ludlam. This will be a top heat. Barry Wibley, the orange car. You'll see him flying through. Barry's due a great result. He's been very, very close to the back of the leaders all the way through. Nice one. Oh, I'm on the wrong view here. There we go. Let's get back to this one. We're going to catch these guys through the first hairpin for a change. So that's Stu Rand who's away with Tim. No, that was Andy Travis behind him. There you go. Barry, and they're all through the all through the hairpin there very nicely. That's Stu Rand we're looking at. Stu watches the videos on our channel will recognise Stu's driving style, the eager-eyed ones anyway. Stu's the driver who does the Tamiya Junior E demo laps with a very nice Mercedes AMG red Tamiya Junior E shell. Does some guided laps before every meeting so that the juniors can have a look at the circuit, and we overlay some graphics with tips about where to brake and where to turn and where to pick up your car after you've crashed it and destroyed the front end. Really good videos from Stu. You see his lines around this track. Anyone who wants to know how to go well around this track, watch Stu for a bit. That's Andy Travis we're looking at now in the nice blue car. That's an unusual car. That's a TCO1, which means it's got laterally mounted shocks. It's a replica of a Formula E car underneath that GT style shell. So the shock's laying flat on the chassis like a Formula One car. It's a really difficult car to set up. Something to do with droop, I think. But Andy, who's a very experienced engineer of these Tamiya racing cars, has done a fantastic job setting it up. And he's really flying along. He's been winning this championship all the way through. He's been pushed very closely by various drivers. But I think actually the championship is already secure for Andy. I think anything other than 2 DNFs and a couple of wins for Stu Rand, I think, or Tim Harrop, and he's won it. That's Barry Wibley we're looking at, one of the local drivers here. You see Barry's car not quite as stable, not quite as planted as Rand's car and Andy Travis's car, just a little bit more fighting with the oversteer. Nice and quick though. Nice driving there in the back marker, letting him through. Some good lines through the chicane there for Barry, down the start-finish straight to start another lap. That's Andy Travis in the aqua-coloured car. Sorry, not Andy Travis, I beg your pardon. So 3 minutes, coming up to the 3 minute marker, 3 minutes gone. Let's have a look at the order. It's Stu Rand who's well out in front. He's got a 5-second lead from Tim Harrop in second, from Barry Wibley and Simon Ascombe. That was Simon, I think, in the turquoisey coloured car. Oh, the green car there's, oh, don't take him out. Oh dear, that was very, very nicely done. Just got in the way a little bit of Stu Rand there. Stu being the leader, coming around to lap, really should be letting him through, and sort of has done by mistake. Well done, Mr. Rand. So Stu Rand's currently leading this one from Tim Harrop, from Barry Wibley, from Simon. Andy Travis in fifth. But if you look at the predicted results there, you see how close it is. This is going to definitely be one of the finals to watch later on, ladies and gents. This is going to be a really, really cracking race. So I've got the horrible feeling that the blue car I was talking about, describing as Andy Travis's TCO1, is actually Tim Harrop's TTO2. So forgive me for that one, Tim and Andy. Let's just try and pick up Andy Travis where he is. Andy's in he's got the green car with the silver stripe. That's Stu's just holding back, I think, to pick him up. There he is down the start-finish straight now. We're looking at the moment at Barry Wibley and the green car. Who's the green car? I don't know who the green car is. Someone help me out with that race number. Let's have a look here. Is that number 5, was it? I think that's Simon Ascombe in the green car. He's being pressed by Barry Wibley there with the orange car. These two, oh, nice move, Barry. Through on the inside. I'm sorry, guys, if I'm getting the names wrong here. It's pretty difficult to see the numbers from my vantage point. That's the 5-minute marker gone over the line. Let's have a look at the result. Win for Stu Rand, from Tim Harrop, from Barry, Simon Andy, Rich Lovelam, Simon Simmons, Mike Collins and Andrew Pawley. So just a couple of minutes to go now, and we'll be on to the F1 cars. Stu Rand, our cameraman here, is just sat down for a quick breath of fresh air in the fan. When I say fresh air, I think it's fresh air directly imported from Golden, Virginia. 30 plus degrees it is here. It's very, very warm. So the silver car, I've just seen it get picked up. That was Rich Lovelam. Indeed, it was Simon Askham in the turquoise car. I don't know why I'm saying this out loud, but it's sort of a mental note really. So when we get the racing a little bit later on, surprised how low down the order and Travis was in that. So it'll be interesting to have a look at the qualifying positions in a minute and see where they are on the grid. Because like I say, I think Andy Travis has wrapped up the championship. I'll have to do some maths in a minute, not a strong point. Have to do some maths and figure out, but he's got 3 or 4 cars finishing in front of him. He might be squeaky bum time.
Another win for Stuart Rand there. Tim Harrop in second, Barry Whibley third, and Simon Anscombe wanted a mention.
So the F1 class is away. We've got Paul Ellis from West London Club. That's Paul we're looking at with the Nigel Mansell Williams colours. These cars are actually, I think, technically 12th scale, aren't they, Rich? These are 12th scale, aren't they, the F1 cars? Are they technically 12th?
I think they're 10th still.
They're still technically 10th scale cars, but they're a lot narrower and smaller than the touring cars. It's basically a pan car chassis, I think, in these. Very difficult to drive with the rubber tyres. That's Jonathan Ellis there, so that's Jonathan, son of Paul, who's just blasted past his dad and is, well, leaving him for dust at the moment. Frankly, this has been coming for a little while now this season. Paul Ellis is the reigning F1 champion of King of Clubs, but son Jonathan, who seems to travel and race everywhere with Father Paul, is been catching, getting quicker and quicker and quicker, and it's a joke in the paddock. It's only a matter of time before Dad starts being second best. So perhaps today is the day. In fact, these cars seem to be dealing with the low traction conditions very well compared to some of the other cars that we've seen. I don't know if that's the nature of the tyres, nature of the tyre prep. Dropped back there to the white-looking car of Eastbourne local driver Darren Gale. So Darren is a regular in the F1 class and an advocate for foam tyres, I think it's fair to say. But Darren, I think, came third in the two-wheel drive national at Ada Model Car Club last week. Third as a nice result for him. Very pleased with that. So 2 minutes gone into this round, and temperatures dropped nicely. Actually, it's got much more pleasant here, down near the seaside of Eastbourne. So the red car, the Ferrari, that's Ben. Now I'm gonna murder your name now, I'm afraid, Ben. It's Ben DeVizio. Vizio. but we call him Ben. He runs the Sussex Model Centre, I think is his shop down near Ada Model Car Club. He's a new driver to the series this year, but he's been going very well, doing very well, and is a popular figure in the paddock. Full on, let's have a look at this actually. Full on F1 driving style regalia up there, including the Tom Cruise style aviator shades, looking very cool, Ben. He's got the lanyard, I'm sure that says Ferrari on the lanyard. He's got the lot, but he's doing very well, and his car is flying round. That's the kiss of death I put on him there. He's missed the kink and turned up the short circuit loop. I don't know what these chassis are. Rich, do you know what these chassis are? No. I think Exotec is Paul, I think, isn't it? So let's have a look at the positions as we look now. Lee Chambers from Ada running in 4th place. That's who we were looking at there with the white and purple car. And I think we're back on Ben in the Ferrari with. Oh no, sorry, that's Jonathan we're looking at there. I thought that was a red car, but that's Jonathan. Jonathan Ellis currently leading this one from Dad Paul with just 40 seconds left to go. Let me get rid of the names on the screen so that we can have a full view of this and watch them for the last 30 seconds. There's the 5-minute beeps. And Jonathan gets a special award actually for putting his number very clear and visible on the aerofoil there. That's a commentator's friendly number position. So a win for Jonathan from Paul, Darren Gale in 3rd, from Lee Chambers, from Ben, Steve and Craig were DNS. So 2 minutes ago till race number 7. We've got 11 qualifying races here in this round 4. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So just 4 more to go, and then we'll be into 2 final races for each class. This is 17.5 Blinky touring cars coming around, and with a few new drivers to the series arriving today for this round. We've got a bit of a mixed bag in this heat. So can be sure of some action, and as Rob Baxter says, some flexin' lexin'. Drivers just taking up their positions on the roster. You can see at the end there. It's a nice wide shot, that, isn't it? You see the whole of this Eastbourne Model Car Club track. It's one of the best clubs in the country, surely. This circuit and club, very well run by Stu and Darren and John in the food hut. Keeps everyone full of burgers and bacon rolls and all sorts of things. If you ever come down and feel hungry, I recommend what's called the Jack Special. I'll leave you to find out what that is. Well done, Darren. Hard work. So everyone away and counting. That's Mark Chambers we're looking at, the green car. Mark is a super fast driver from Ada Model Car Club. He'll definitely be bumping up out of this heat in the finals, I would think. He'll be even knocking on the door of the A-finals, I'm sure. I don't have the qualifying positions on the screen in front of me, I'm afraid, but certainly by the looks of his car and his driving, looks tagged the back marker there, but he's looking very solid, very nicely handling car. I think he's driving an X-Ray. I think it's an X-Ray T4, but I could be correct. Let's have a look under it. No, I think that's an automatics actually. It's driving there. Very nice little overshoot into the chicane there, but good speed up the straight. Nice line round the hairpin. Drop back to the pink car. Let's have a look at that one up the straight. I think that's John Holloway, the very nice bright coloured car number 1 for this heat. Nicely using the curb there. Obviously, being to this track before, that's a good line over the curbs there. You see that's local knowledge over those curbs. So you watch all the locals; they use those curbs through the chicanes there, and it saves them a lot of time. That's an X-Ray T4 he's driving there, I think, by the looks of it. Can't quite make out the body shell. Nobody mentioned the BRCA rules of light stickers on the cars. We won't mention that today. Looks like a Brutale body shell he's got on there. It could be a twister. Quite difficult to say with the colours. So we're watching Aidan Gale right now. Aidan's changed class for this meeting today. So Aidan's been a stalwart of the F1 class for some years now. We've got his dad Darren sitting next to me here. How long's Aidan been in the F1 class, Darren? 4 years in the F1 class, and he's jumped to touring cars for this meeting. And and he's taken off there. He clipped into the back marker there. Hopefully Stu got that, because that will make it into the edit for the viral videos. You see the spoke wheels on that car. That will be the Volante 36 tyres, I suspect. What's the chassis he's driving? Automatics, yeah. So another automatics. It's a very popular car in the Ada Club. One of the things you notice with the King of Club series is that the different chassis tend to be preferred at different clubs as the group kind of congregate around a particular chassis and help each other out. Just lately, the Eastbourne club here have been preferring the Mugen chassis, but a lot of the drivers have been moving away from that towards the Schumacher just lately. But the automatics is definitely the favoured car at Ada Model Car Club, and I'd say the X-Ray the favoured car at Aldershot. We're back to Mark Chambers there. Oh, there's a bit of spectacular action just in front of me, but Darren breathes a sigh of relief as he doesn't need to marshal it. We're looking there at Mark Chambers with just about 30 seconds left to go. Mark's on for a round win here, and when we get to the end of this one, we'll have a look at his times and we'll see how that compares. So it looks like he should be just cutting into an 18 lapper. I think the top cars are doing 19 laps in these slippery conditions. They usually be 20 laps, I'm sure. Yeah, so that's an 18.302. So just off a 19 lap for Mark. I'm just going to have a off screen here. I'm just going to have a quick look at the quick look at the qualifying positions as they stand. So that might just bump Mark up to the front of the B-final, I think, in qualifying positions there. Excuse me, just a second. Someone's come to have a word. So race 8, 17.5 touring car. So a few of the local drivers here. Nigel Philpott, captain of Colchester Model Car Club, is in this one. Nigel is always a driver who can be guaranteed to be a part of some spectacular on-track action. Had a fantastic result at the Colchester 10th IC National just the other week. Nigel, very proud of himself there. I think he got a third position in the IC, which is the Nitro class. So that blue car, that's a car that strikes fear into the heart of many a driver. That's Frank Trebo from Ada Club. It's one of those drivers, Frank, that's relatively new back to it. It's pretty quick, but can make the occasional howler. And I know exactly what it's like. You're often racing for position. You're not going quite as well as you should be going, or you feel you could be going, and therefore your expectation is that you'll be faster, so you can clout into other people, and perhaps a little bit more of relaxed drive would produce a better result. So I just picked up the nice fluoro yellow and green car. I think it's a Mugen Seki, that one. That's Mark Burrell, who's one of the committee members at Aldershot Model Car Club down at the Demon Raceway, in between Aldershot and Farnham. Is it Farnborough? Mark's been, I think this is the second race Mark's done in the King of Clubs series. He's been doing the BRCA Nationals most of this year. It's definitely a coming driver, Mark. He's improving all of the time. You can see he's driving very well today. His car seems set nicely. He's not quite familiar with the lines at the circuit. It's the first time he's been here, but he's doing a really good job of picking it up nicely inside the orange car there. That's the really tricky section at this circuit. I mean, the whole track circuit tricky, but that S-bend after the hairpin at the end of the start-finish straight, a lot of time can be lost there if you take that as two big sweeping wide corners. You watch the fastest drivers in the next heat but one come through that section, and you see the quick lines that they run. Well, there's Nigel, the famous Nigel Philpott from Colchester Model Car Club. I think Nigel voted this year for the sexiest man in King of Clubs 22. I think that was it. It's definitely something like that, Nigel. You'll let us know when you watch this back, won't you? And you can give me a comment or two. More of the very attractive-looking spoke wheels. I think they're the Volante 36 that Nigel's running. Fierce competitor, Nigel. We come across him very regularly in the indoor season, the winter, in the carpet racing. Really good chap to have a race with. And that's David Standing we've picked up. David is another one of the committee members from Ada Model Car Club. David, whose son and nephew, Harry and Tyler, ran the Tamiya Junior E's last year. Tyler, unfortunately, has an illness, which means that his mobility is quite challenged, and they wanted a sport for him to do where he could get out and compete with other children. So they chose RC racing, and Tyler has done extremely well. Very popular young boy in the series, and Dad liked the look of it so much. Well, of course, he bought a car as well, and is now having a go and racing with us all. So do have a look out for Tyler and Harry in the Touring Car Talent Cup. They graduated from Junior E last year. Now in the Talent Cup. Very nice blue and orange detailing on the car, and really nice setup too. He's handling the track very nicely. Let's have a look at the result. We just heard the bips in the background. So well done, Frank. That was a win, I think, for Frank. Oh no, that's Nigel, Mark, Frank, all very close together on what, 13.303, 13.305, sorry, 18.303, 18.305, 18.305. Very close there between the three of them, with David, Michael, and John. Yeah, it looks really good. We've just lost the focus. Yeah,
Would appreciate it if we don't use that skip by the toilets, as that's not our skip. We've got a few bins knocking around.
Right, so we're away with race number 9. This is the second heat of 17.5 touring cars. Let's have a look who we're watching here. So local driver Dan Morey. Dan, I'm sure, is not only knocking on the door of the A-final, I'm sure he's knocking on the door of the front row of the A-final. We'll have to have a look at the qualifying positions here. Dan, I think Dan drives a Mugen, does he, Stu?
Yeah.
Yeah, Dan drives a Mugen. He had a bit of an unfortunate accident in round 1 of qualifying. He lost it on the kink in the straight into the wall, which took a corner off his car. But a good bit of mechanicking work, and he's back, and well, you can see there he's flying along. He's obviously dialed the car into the conditions very nicely. The slightly cooler weather now is probably helping these drivers. Looks like a Wolverine body shell he's got there. That seems to be one of the de rigueur body shells. We're looking there at Sean Batt. Sean is father of Finley, who we were talking about earlier. Sean is one of the sponsors of the series. Batcave aftermarket race products. Oh, massive off throttle oversteer on the way into the corner there. I don't know if that was the brakes that threw the car sideways or aggressive steering, but a nice Monster Energy replica body shell. Distinctive Twister-esque body shell on that car. A painted wing, which is slightly unusual to see in touring car. Most people run a clear wing, but nice black end plates. In fact, actually, if you look at the wing there, that looks like it was the new anti-shell, which has got an angled body shell. Oh, and there's Basil Airbrush. So the yellow car there, the Fast Banana, as it's now christened at the club, is Basil Airbrush. George Munns, another one of the series sponsors. George paints a lot of the race body shells that you see. So where you've got professional race paint, it's George that's in his shed quarters overnight doing that for everyone. In fact, he does so much of it, no time to do one of his own, so he's running just a plain yellow colour. But since he's been running that plain yellow colour, his results have improved dramatically. He's jumped right up the field and he's doing extremely well. So all power to the elbow, and he's stuck with it. Clearly the colour makes a big difference. Nice driving from the purple car there to let George through. Looks like he's on a good run. 3 minutes gone in this one. Let's have a look at the order. Yep, it's Dan Morey from George Munns with Sean, Fraser, Ross, Mick Hendy. Mick Hendy's having a good one. He's in 6th position, but looks like a reasonable time. And James Davis not having so much luck with the tamiya chassis. So we're back with race leader Dan Morey. At these qualifying races, they're not a first past the post race, and it's not about fastest laps either. The way that this qualifying works is you've got 5 minutes plus a lap, and at the end of those 5 minutes, the driver who's driven the most laps, who's gone the furthest, but like a rally time trial, is the winner. So technically speaking, the racers will be helping each other on track. Oh, and that's James Davis, who's suffered the BBC Stew curse there, who dropped back to watch him, and of course a mistake rapidly ensued. Oh, and another one, he's clipped the curb there. Oh dear, don't hit it. Oh, that's that was a close shave. And that's Ross Stevens with the red and yellow car. The white Ross is another one of the Eastbourne club regulars. He's a fast driver here, Ross. I'm sure he'll be looking for a decent result, probably in the B-final, I'm guessing, with the quality of the field we've got here at MB Models King of Clubs. Really is a top class national level field. So that's the beeps for the end of that one. A win for Dan from George. Sean Batt in 3rd position with Fraser, Ross, Mick Hendy a lap down, and James obviously suffered a bit of a mistake, just 13 laps. So just 2 more heats to go. So, ladies and gentlemen, that handsome bunch we're looking at there, that's the top heat of 17.5. A finer looking range of racers you will never see.
Yeah.
So we're looking at Ben Morey, who's brother of Dan, I think. Dan, who won the last, the heat before last. Ben, one of the fastest touring car drivers in the country, and of course this is his home track. So he starts this one as favourite for A-final, for TQ and A-final wins, especially as club compatriot Billy Fletcher has decided to race 13.5 touring car for today, which was, I think, was his class last year. And if you remember what we were saying just a minute ago about the local drivers watching their lines, well, this S bend here that we didn't quite catch, but the line through that S is really part of the secret to unlocking a lap time here. The green and whatever the heck colour that is on the back of it, that's Liam Henley, a semi-professional footballer from Ada Model Car Club, Shoreham by Sea. Liam won 3-1 yesterday, which he was very pleased with. He's joined a new club, a star football player and a star RC racer. Again, looking very, very dapper with the spoke wheels, Valenti 36 V9 tyres, doing very quick times. Let's have a little look at the positions just about a minute into this one. Yeah, so that's Ben from Liam we're still looking at here, who's just a couple of seconds behind. That's Tim Langdale, another one of the Ada crew. Timmy Langdale, who's the reigning EWS indoor season champion, started this race as P1. I think he's currently the leader in the championship, or sorry, second place in the championship. Billy Fletcher, I think, has already tied it up. So Tim is fighting with clubmate Liam for second position in the championship. Billy Kavanagh in the tigerish car there with the green back end, currently running in fifth position, laying chase to Soteris, so I think that'll be Soteris just behind him. Soteris is the West London driver, usually drives a sort of grey coloured car. Let's just see if that's Soteris there. No, it's not. That is. I'm sorry, I didn't see who that was with the white and orange and purple car. But Soteris there is in the sort of blue grey colour car. He's catching this group up pretty rapidly, and looks like he's going to get past that car any second now. Yeah, I'll be putting a move, I should think, within a lap or two. Dave Ringsell. Dave in the, well, we still can't decide whether it's orange or red. I think technically that colour is fluoro red. Dave's one of the most popular drivers in the paddock at King of Clubs. Let's have a look at the result as those bips have gone. A win for Ben Morey from Liam, from Tim Langdale, Soteris in 4th and Billy Kavanagh. Dave Usher in 6th, from Dave Ringsell in 7th, Gareth Hobson, Phil and Matt Quinlisk, DNS. So just got one more heat to go in qualifying round number 4 here, and then I think we'll take a short break. So we'll cut the stream for 5 minutes while we prepare for the finals, and then go back online with the finals. That'll be at around about 2:30 for the first final away, which will be Tamiya Junior E B-final.
Thanks, mate. Thanks very much.
So 13.5 Blinky cards away for their final qualifying round. We're looking at Marcus Askell, who's leading this championship, and I think so far has taken each round. It's going to be pushed all the way in the races today by the yellow car that you can see behind there, which is Billy Fletcher, local driver Billy Fletcher. But can't help watching this heat but give a shout out to West London's Ash Whiffin, who's sadly not able to be with us after an illness. Ash is recovering, and we wish him very well. And it's not the same without you, Ash. We hope you're back with us very, very soon. So that was a bit of a smash for Marcus. I think caught back marker and flipped over there. So that's handed the advantage in this one so far to Billy Fletcher. But the green car on screen, we'll pick him up again in a second. We've got Marshall there. So the green car there, that's young Jack Collins, who I think is 15 years old. Eastbourne Model Car Club driver. He's been selecting the team for Eastbourne and is going very, very well here today. And this could be a bit of a breakthrough race for Jack. He's been sort of there or thereabouts, on and off, for a couple of years now. And his pace earlier in the day today was certainly, in terms of his quickest laps and his average laps, was on the pace with the leaders. So if he can, he's going to be up there in the, I think in the second, certainly in the front two rows qualifying for the race. But if he can hold it all together and produce his best in the finals, he's going to be on, I think, for a fantastic finish. It'll be really nice to see. The red car all over the shop, out of picture there. Hopefully that's being taken care of, keeping out of the way and letting the back markers through. Jack with again another driver with the spoked Volante tyre. Car looking very very stable looking kart. Nicely clipping all the apexes through the S-bend there, and round he goes. We've just coming up to the 3-minute marker in this one, so let's have a quick look at the positions. Billy Fletcher is out front with Jack in second position. You see only, what's that? Only two. Is that a second? I can't quite make out the digit there, but I think it's just about a second behind Billy, which is very credible, very impressive performance from the young Eastbourne driver. That's Billy Fletcher we're looking at on screen there. Mark Nashimoto, Mark Smith making up the next places from Edward, Danny, Charlie Colby. I think has had a bit of an incident. Is out, as is Marcus Askell. So with the misfortune for Marcus in this round, I wonder if that puts Billy into TQ position. Good driving from Mark Nashimoto to let him through. Actually, yeah, that's Danny on camera. So Danny's, excuse me, very fast touring car driver, but she's right down the bottom there. So I don't know if there's something wrong with her transponder and it's not been picking up, or if she had some misfortune early in the race to drop her back. But I'd expect her to be coming through. But just 10 laps, obviously had some sort of issue, some sort of problem. The bips have gone, so let's see them over the line. Win for Billy from Jack, Mark Smith, Mark Nashimoto, Edward, Danny, Charlie and Marcus DNF. So we're just going to take a short break now. We'll be back online in about 5 minutes time. We're not with the first of the finals, which will be the Tamiya Junior.
is not bad.
What I want to do about it.
Okay, the finals listing has been broadcast to rc-racingresults.com, something like that. Find out what race you're in, and we're going to going in 5 minutes at 2:45 for race 1, which is your Tamiya Junior B-final. Finley, Seba, Scott, Hannah, Noah and Riley all out to get ready on the track, please.
He can do stuff like this with it. It would be so good on this track.
Not for the flat strokes, is it?
No, it's perfect. It's not big. Flat big. But I'll be honest, it's a long way down the boost like that. But it's so good. And the max weight doesn't sit. Fine.
So first final is due on the line now, but as you can see from the tumbleweed on the rostrum, we've got a few drivers who haven't quite, unless there's only two.
Scott, Hannah, Noah and Riley, it's your race. You can see my screen. Come on, we do want to get going. Have we got any movement in the pits from the missing drivers? Pardon? You're bad. You're bad. I don't know how you got past that lifetime ban. Maybe I'm pronouncing the names wrong. Yeah, of course you were. Oh, you know. Did they all come through tech? Nobody came through tech. Two of them must have come through. There's two cars here on the straight. Do they not have to be?
Well, we're slowly getting there with these drivers. And you see there Mick Hendy, who's a freakishly tall 12-year-old Tamiya Junior E driver.
Here we go.
Oh, here they all are. Where's young Frankie? We've got to see Frankie. Oh, he's not. So one of the interesting things we've had going on today, after some brilliant engagement on TikTok, mainly due to Stu's efforts on Wednesday nights, we've become an official TikTok channel partner on the Stu broadcasting system here. So it keeps saying it's trying to connect to TikTok, but as far as we can all ascertain, it's fully connected and it's all fine and dandy. So if you're there and if you're watching us on TikTok, please drop us a comment, drop us a message, let us know where you're watching from and that it's all working out okay, and we'd love to hear from you. Known as the Body Shell Destruction Derby, but actually young Riley, I think, is that Riley or is that Seba? There's Seba, who's doing very, very well. I think taking the lead. Let's count them over the line as they go. Yep, that's Seba Akamoto, who's currently leading this one with what looks like a red Nissan 300Z with a wing, or is it a Porsche? I'm embarrassed to say. So watching these races, I think it does give you some idea about just how tricky, how difficult this sport is. But I can tell you these kids are doing tremendously well, and they learn pretty quickly that the way to do well is to try and avoid crashing if they can. Go nice and steady. Hit your lines and don't try and overdo it, which is a pretty good lesson. That's just got the standard. Oh, and it's hit the rope and back again. Well, a bit of stunt driving. Oh, don't go the wrong way up the straight. Oh, blimey. Oh, hello. Going very nicely. I don't recognise that boy, I'm afraid. I just had Colin McRae is really not having a good day. So the green car, I think, is young Finley Batt. Just going to try and check that out. So the very nice green car that we're looking at there, that's Noah. Doing a great job, Noah. He's driving nice and steadily, quick up the straight, but just put the cursor on him, didn't I? Just threw him on the grass. That was my fault. Sorry about that, Noah. But look at that lovely line through the chicane. A bit wide there onto the grass, but cutting back, getting mixed up there with, I think, Scott Nasumoto. I think that's Scott Nasumoto in the 2 car, or is that Sabre, isn't it? Seba, I beg your pardon, Seba. Oh dear, you see, it's a very good example of how hard RC car racing is. You remember, you're not sitting in the car, you're driving it remotely, and when you're driving remotely like that, overtaking up a fast-moving straight is very difficult indeed, because you can't see the space next to the car and everyone's moving around. Like that one, no major breakages, and we have a result, a win for Scott. From Seba Okamoto, from Noah, from Riley, Hannah and Finn.
So it's a leg 1 win for Scott there in the B-final. Seba in second, Noah in third. Hopefully that was a nice clean run. The referee didn't tell you off too many times. We got the A-final.
So here we go with the serious end of Tamiya Junior E. This is the A-final. Nerves jangling the parents all around. The atmosphere in the car on the way home is just one of the many things at stake in this race. Cars getting themselves ready on the grid. 1 minute to go. Eagle-eyed parents checking everyone's in the right place. The blue grid has been chosen. So these RC car tracks, there's always 2 grids, and it's the pole position driver, the TQ, the top qualifier, who has choice of grid, and James Snashall, the championship leader, has chosen the blue grid, car number 1, the very nice blue TTO2. Evan Hellier there with the white and gold GT40 from Matthew Little, who's qualified very well in 3rd position, surrounded by people who are very familiar with this track, with Chloe Snashall and Ellie Smith in 4th and 5th. Hamish Clark in the red and yellow car, and George Williams in the orange car there. Now George is fighting for 3rd place in the championship with Chloe Snashall, and Chloe is the driver of the purple car with the pink wing. It's a clean start from everyone. Oh, unlucky Matthew. Oh no, and his batteries come out. So Matthew ran wide, trying to give the other cars room as he was making up a place, and he went on the grass. The car flipped over and the batteries come out. So disaster for Matthew in 3rd place, which means that James Snashall is away in the lead with Evan Hellier in 2nd position and Chloe Snashall in 3rd. So as things stand, Chloe is in prime spot to take over 3rd in the championship. So that's James we're looking at in the nice blue and black Rakiri shelled TTO2. Is desperately hoping to that he can match his form earlier in the season. Him and Xavi Trebo have been neck and neck all the way through the season, which is why they're level pegging in the championship between each other. But James, I know, who's by rights will win the championship on form, but very nervous coming into it, so needs to hold it together. He's just lapped. Oh dear, and that's Frankie Fletcher taking one of Dad Billy's toes off. He's now on the grass, being marshalled there. Oh dear. So a little bit of midfield chaos. And we're looking at Frankie Fletcher in the pink car, very easy to spot. So for any wannabe racers watching, tip for getting on TV is paint your car in a distinctive colour, because do things like that three-car pile up in the kink. So with all of that carnage settling down a little bit, famous last words, it's I think Evan Hellier is currently leading. So obviously a mistake from James has knocked him back a little bit. That's Evan in the GT40. Oh, and the leaders, the front three are all together there down the straight. Chloe just backing off a little bit, I think, to let James pass cleanly. That was very sensible driving to avoid a mistake. Oh, and James is back in the lead. Oh, and Evan took the lead again, but onto the grass. So, oh, and Evan's hit the ropes and stuck. So it's the Snashall family 1 and 2 at the moment, with James now retaking the lead with Chloe right behind. Very cautious through the kink there. That's a wise move, because you can really get in trouble in that kink. James got the bit between his teeth now. Is looking good. How long will we go? Just coming up to the 3-minute marker. So 2 minutes left to go in this Tamiya Junior E A-final. This is the only official Tamiya race series in Europe, I think, and certainly the only official Tamiya series in the UK. James now producing some decent laps and quick lap times from James. He's come through the carnage and settled down. Be desperate for the 5-minute pips, I should think, right about now. This is the longest 5 minutes in the young man's life. Evans made his way back into second place past Chloe, but he's at least half a lap down. So unless there's another major incident, which of course there always can be in Tamiya Junior E. So I'm going to pull the timing screen up so we can just see the last. See the last moments here. So 40 seconds left to go. That's second place runner Evan. I have to say, my favourite body shell, the GT40, the Ford GT40. I do like that shell. I'm not sure how well it drives, but certainly Evan is doing a good job with it. Currently holding second position in this final. I should have my Tamiya Junior E hat on. I've got the KOC Club's hat on. That was a mistake. Oh, nicely through. Oh, and that's the bips gone. So, yep, that's James over the line to take the win. Oh, we are here. So there he is, James. James, give us a wave. Yell out for James, will you? So there's James Snashall. He's now, I think that result makes him Tamiya Junior E 2022 champion with the Zen Racing t-shirt on, bringing his car back round. Pull it off there. All his Dad's picking up. That's Dad picking up the car there, just out of shot. Well done, James. Brilliant result for you.
We got someone on the way to scrutineering to then be pointed to the ticket lady or man or whatever. Then they. So that's race 2. James Snashall there taking the win. I think that was a struggle of a race. Evan in second, Chloe in third. We've got 1 minute till race 3, which is your Talent Cup, the first club drivers to score points for this final round of the King of Clubs 2022. Get formed up on the grid. Try not to drive around on the grass, please. Jack's going to help you line up on the grid if you need it. Of course you want a sauce. Okay, Jack won't be helping with the grid next time. All right, 10 seconds.
So here we are away. This is the Touring Car Talent Cup. Archie Matthews in pole position, and they're away down to the hairpin. Hopefully everyone gets away through. Oh no, and that's a contact between Kenny and Harry Honza. That's a disaster. Dear oh dear, I hope they get away all right. Yes, they're back and through. So Archie Matthews is away in the lead. With Oliver Woodall, I think that is Oliver in second position, and Archie's, what's going on there? I think there's a body tuck there. Note the extra bits of contact to sort out the body tucks. But Archie Matthews we're looking at here is away cleanly. It's got a, I say that's about half a second advantage. Onto the start finish straight for Archie. Can't quite see the lap times here, but looks like he's away and leaving them for dead. Well driven, Poppy. That's Poppy's just let the leader through. So the current positions are Archie Matthews is leading from Oliver Woodall, with Harry Honza who's made his way back through the field after the carnage into third position, with Poppy Hyde in fourth, Kenny in fifth, and then Harry and Tyler in sixth and seventh position. So that's Oliver Woodall we're looking at now, the driver in second position, taking a bit of curb here and there, just giving Poppy a bit of a nudge off the track. Fortunately, no damage done. She's away, and it's giving chase to the runaway leader Archie, who's currently got, I think, about a 10-second lead. So it's going to take a big mistake for Archie to blow this one. And there's the orange and white car of Kenny Hyde, who 10 years old, from Aldershot Model Car Club. Kenny currently running, I think, in fourth position. Yeah, so Kenny and Harry Honza are having a bit of a duel, and Harry getting the better of it there. That's well driven for Harry in the blue car. Harry Honza, the 15-year-old driver from Ada Model Car Club. Both those two driving X-rays. Nothing in it on the lap times between these guys. Archie Matthews in the lead. He's got 7-second fastest lap, which is a very respectable lap time in these conditions. Oliver and Harry Honza are in the 18s, and Kenny's in 19-second laps. There we see Archie Matthews with 90 seconds left to go in this Touring Car Talent Cup. The can't see what's happened to Oliver Well, there's Oliver. Oliver must have made a mistake or something, because Archie is about to. Oh no, I think so. Archie, I think, is catching up to lap Oliver, and has already lapped Harry Honza. There you go. So that's why. Oh dear, but Oliver Woodall's got a problem. Sure, that's a problem. The car's spinning up. That sounds like a pinion come loose and is spinning. So that's opened the door for Harry Honza and Ada Model Car Club to score some more points in this one. Oh dear, says Stu Colby. So this race, with both these drivers being selected for their club teams, this race could be influential in the outcome of the club championship. That's Harry Honza we're looking at. I think, unfortunately for Harry, the pile up in the turn 1 hairpin, which I'm afraid to say I think was down to Kenny Hyde missing his braking point, and they came together. But that's I think that's cost Harry dearly. He's got a lap and a half down on Archie. But looking at the fastest laps, I don't think anyone was going to catch Archie. So that's a win for Archie. Harry Honza in second, Kenny Hyde in third, Poppy in fourth, Tyler Standing fifth. The unfortunate Oliver Woodall, who really deserved second position in that, came home in sixth, with Harry Standing in seventh. Now we can see the results there on screen. A 2-lap win there for Archie. Darren taking no displeasure at all in announcing the points result for the club championship there at the end of that race. Darren Simpson, the race director here at Eastbourne Model Car Club, is the master of the club championship points, and is always on it. So you can see the drivers coming up to the rostrum for the KOC GT Class B final. As I say, another tremendously good-looking group of drivers there. Young Finley Lanaway, third from the right. It would be lovely to see Finley in the Talent Cup with the other juniors, but he really likes the realistic scale element of this class. He's a sucker for the scale car. 30 seconds to go for the start of the race. We'll cut to the open shot at the hairpin, see them off the grid, and hopefully a clean getaway. Yeah, thanks. Ten seconds. Oh, and a big spin for Mike Vale off the line, and he's been done by the two four-wheel drive cars, but back into second position, Mike. So Mike Collins has taken the lead, with Mike Vale in second position from, I think that's Graham Coltrane in third. But oh, what a bit of contact there. Yes, it's brilliant. Well done, Poppy. Really good race. And you got third in the championship. And your brother's won it. Send your brother over in a bit. No, I think we've done it. But yeah, get James to come over in a minute. So a good old scrap there for the couple of laps at the start of this race. We're looking there at car number 2, which I think is Graham Coltrane. That's the four-wheel drive cars have got the edge in this one, with Peter Harradence, the top two-wheel drive car at the moment, who's made his way up into third position. So it's Graham from Kevin, from Mike Collins now back to third, from Peter, Finn Lanaway in fifth place, with Mike Vales dropped down to sixth, gotten some traction problems I think for Mike. Andrew Pawley and Paul Johnson make it seventh and eighth. Oh, and a flip. So Graham's put it on his roof, which has let Kevin through into the lead, and that looks like Peter Harradence in second position. So it's Mike Collins, I beg your pardon. So Mike Collins there with the greeny, bluey mum's bathroom suite colour car, and Peter Harradence with the very stylish Mazda Le Mans style tartan red, green, orange, blue, crossy sort of posh socks colour. Come on, Peter. He's been practicing really hard for this one, Peter. He's finally got his car sorted, and I think he's due a result. His car's looking really good, actually. He's been getting some help from Stu Rand, who's a dab hand at setting these cars up for this circuit, but there's nothing in it between these two. Mike Collins, father of Jack. Oh, he's run wide there. That'll be letting Peter back in. Peter's certainly got more grip. You wouldn't expect to see that. The four-wheel drive car really spinning. Sorry to cut away there just for a second, but I had to say congratulations to the new Tamiya Junior E 2022 champion. James Snashwell just took the championship win with that last race, but actually we've got a blinding race in front of us here with Mike Collins clearly struggling for grip, but he's got a little bit more speed. Peter Harradence driving very well and piling on the pressure, and he's through into the lead. Well done, Peter. Oh, and Mike spun. So that looks like Mike Vale now in second place. We've got two front-wheel drive cars who've taken the lead in this one. That's Mike Vale we're looking at now. A white car with the blue diamond up the side. I wonder if that's a beverage sponsor he's got there, Mike. If it is, send some over. We're all a bit parched here. But he's actually catching Peter, I'd say. How long have we got left to go? 90 seconds left to go in this race. Mike is definitely catching Peter. So how can Peter hold the pressure? Can he withstand the charge, or will he crack and make a mistake and let Mike through? Overtaking's terribly hard on these circuits. A mistake by the driver in front makes it a lot easier. Nicely through the hairpin there for Peter. He's running a good line, taking the curbs nicely. Actually, he's pulled the gap back a little bit there with a good first half of the lap, Peter. That's the 4-minute bit's gone, so just 60 seconds left to go in this race. Peter Harradence from, well, I think he's pretty much from every club, but he's certainly a member here, and he's a member at Aldershot, one of the keen supporters of the series. Mike Vale's right back on him now, though. 40 seconds left to go in this. That's going to give them, what's that, about 3 laps, maybe 4 if they're lucky. Peter's pulled out a bit of a gap there, getting wet out of their hairpin onto the straight wells, nicely through the S-bend into the infield section. This is where Mike Vale seems to have an advantage, catches him a little bit. Round into the final chicane, and Peter's been going well here. Yep, it's pulled out a little bit of a gap again. Oh, and back markers coming into the equation. Let's hope they let these guys through, and there's no contact. That's the leader. Oh, well done, well driven. And we've got the... Peter's on the grass. That's put Mike right. Oh, and he's just kissed his door-to-door action there, and he's into the lead with the bips over the line. I think that's a final corner win for Mike Vale from Peter Harradence, from Mike Collins, from Graham. Fantastic race, that. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. There'll be, I'm sure there'll be applause up there. How's Peter's face? Let's have a little look. He'll be pleased with that. That would have been a lot of fun, that race. Huh? He did, yeah. It was definitely door handles.
So the KOC GT B-final.
Well, that was a good race, wasn't it?
Second, Peter Harradence on his front team. Third, Mike Collins. Eastbourne. Fourth, Graham Carlane. Eastbourne. Kev Sturt's also in Eastbourne and Finley. Anyway, so that was a good run for you. You've got 1 leg to go. Peter Harradence getting the score there for
Peter!
Aldershot.
Pete!
Here we go. This is going to be possibly racing the day.
brilliant race, Peter. Unlucky. Just ran a tiny bit wide.
I know.
What?
Carnage to start with.
I know, but what? Yeah, thanks. Right, so here we go with the, what have we got, 20 seconds left to go before the start of the KOC GT A-final. We've got Stu Rand in pole position. They've chosen the blue grid again. They're in there. You can do it. Yeah. So you've got Stu Rand from Tim Harrop, Barry, Andy Travis, Simon. Oh, it's a good start from Stu. Barry Wibley got away well. Tim Harrop not so well, but he's made it through the chicane there very nicely. So Stu pulled a little bit of a gap from Tim, from Barry, from by looks of it, that's Andy Travis with the green car. Who's the turquoise car there, Pete? Is that Simon? That's Simon Antican with the turquoise car, and the first of the fronties. That's Chris Brain in the Marlborough replica car. Oh, contact there, but they've all come out of it okay. I think that's probably good. What's the position at the front? So Stu Rand still away at the front. That's Barry Wibley that we're looking at, who's chasing Tim Harrop. Tim, the reigning KOC GT champion, winning it last year. He's been struggling a little bit at the beginning of this season, and it's Andy Travis who's been away with it. But currently Andy Travis is down in fourth position with Barry and Tim in front of him, and Stu Rand is, well, he's away with this one, isn't he? Look at the white car there. That's really flying along. So I suspect the race to watch in this one is going to be the race for second position. There's must only be a tenth or two in it here. We've got Tim Harrop, Barry Wibley, they're matching each other's lap times. You can see that just from the distance as they go over the start-finish line. Who's going to make a mistake and crack first? Andy Travis looks like he's catching Barry, actually. So Andy Travis is now starting to get under the wing of Barry. Let me check my notes and just make sure that is Andy Travis. It is indeed Andy Travis. Someone's transponder's not picking up. Stu Rand's transponder's not picking up. Oh dear. I don't know what's happened there. Yep. Somehow there's 11 of them in this, and Stu Rand's not. Right, so the timing computer, something obviously gone wrong with the timing computer. So if you're watching this on RC Timing, don't worry about the computer. We can see what's going on in front of us. We've got the race for second position here is between Tim Harrop, Barry Wibley, with Andy Travis not far behind in fourth place, looking to catch up and get into the mix. But Barry is starting to look a little bit racy behind Tim. Clearly trying very hard. You can see the car spinning the wheels as it goes around these tight and twisty corners. These treaded tyres, they're not anywhere near as grippy as the racing slicks that the touring car drivers use. Andy Travis is getting into this fight now. The green Zen racing car having a look up the inside of Barry there. Won't be long before a move comes, I don't think, if he can get onto the start-finish straight well, which he has indeed. So, will there be a move into one of these? Oh, he's run wide into the hairpin. That's opened the gap back up. So, Andy Travis out of contention again for another couple of laps. All that work to catch up, and he's lost it running wide in the hairpin there. Nice driving from the green car there, letting these two through. So, Tim Harrop, Barry Wibley putting on a great race for us. They are neck and neck. There's been no more than about a metre between these two for the whole 3.5 minutes of this race so far. They must be feeling the pressure, but these two don't, do they? They're cool as a cucumber up there on the driver's rostrum. Tim's been in these positions so many times before. He's a classy driver, Tim. Barry's going very, very well, but he just can't force Tim into a mistake. So we drop back there. This is Stu Rand, the race leader on track. He's not the race leader on the timing screen, unfortunately, because clearly something's gone awry with RC Timing. But He's definitely leading it on track. Down the start-finish straight with 50 seconds left to go. Oh, and there's contact there. No, that hasn't changed anything, but there was contact with the back marker there. Oh dear, I thought that spin out was Andy Travis with the collecting, but he hasn't. Andy's now right back. He's done the work again. He's right back on the wing of Barry. Nice driving for the back marker, letting them through. Or the lap driver, I should say. I don't mean back marker. All of these drivers in the A-final are top drivers. Oh, Andy's kissed him there. Well, that's worked out fairly, I suppose. He made the move, Andy, and there was just a little bit of contact, but he came out of it worse, so didn't have to give the place back. I don't think, 10 seconds left to go, so this will be the final lap. Starting now, there's not enough time for him to catch that up, so this is going to be a win for Stu Rand. Yep, over the line, win for Stu Rand. There he goes. Tim Harrop in second place, and it's going to be Barry Wibley in third. That's a good result for the Eastbourne Car Club in the points, because I think they selected both Stu and Barry. Oh, and I need to have a little sit down and a glass of water. What a great race that was.
So the correct result there is Stuart Rand takes the win from Tim Harrop, Barry Wibley in third, and Andy Travis in fourth. We have changed the setting on the computer now. That won't happen again.
That's fine, yeah, I got a bit adventurous at the end of the straight. It worked out just right, but you made the move. I made the move, but I just yeah. No, it's fine, that's good race that. Finally getting the car somewhere where it should be. Look good. Never been here before, so. Look good. Really good. But a nice way, it doesn't matter what I've done, I've won the championship, so. Exactly. I'm enjoying it now, it's definitely fun.
So after the excitement of the KOC GT A-final, we now have the gentlemen on track. The Formula One race with reigning KOC F1 champ Paul Ellis in pole position, with son Jonathan behind him, and I think that's Darren Gale in third, Mark Chambers in fourth, and Ben in fifth place. I can honestly say there's not a spectator here who isn't rooting for Jonathan to get one over his dad in this race. All seems very polite, doesn't it? After the bish bash bosh of the KOC GT, these cars are let's just say very difficult to drive. You would think, being an F1 replica, they'd be the sort of state. Oh, and a big mistake from Jonathan. That's put him out. So Jonathan's now at the back of the field. This has left the run clear for Dad Paul at the front, with local driver Darren Gale seeing his chance, but Darren's not got near an apex for a little while in this race. So he's going to have to sort that out if he's going to catch Paul. Paul, a very accomplished driver in this class. These cars, they're, as I say, extremely difficult to drive. They're very prone to spinning out on the brakes. A bit like driving a motorcycle, you've really got to brake in a straight line with these. If you brake with the wheels turned, you will be spinning. He's not dropped Darren, has he? Darren's not dropped off the back there. Interesting looking model Darren's got, with the scale looking wing on the front. Someone who knows more about Formula One than me could tell you about that, I'm sure. It looks slightly retro, doesn't it, the wing on that? Is it like a, I don't know what it would be from, but it definitely looks like an old Tyrrell or something like that. Whereas Nigel Mansell is well away at the front with this one. That is Nigel Mansell's colours, isn't it, Andy? Yeah. So that's about 4 or 5 second lead I've just opened up for for Paul there. Who's leading the championship, I believe, right now. Let's have a look at my notes here in front of me. Yeah, Paul's leading the championship from Aidan Gale, who's, as we say, racing in the touring cars now. So with Jonathan Ellis in third, and with that spin, I think that's probably put Jonathan out of contention because he needed to score big points and have Dad have a bit of misfortune and. And for Dad to have some misfortune and finish well down, for Jonathan to be in contention for the championship. But as we can see, that's not happening. It's Jonathan that's not had the luck. He's been on the grass a couple of times. Of course, getting your tyres dirty, just like in full-scale motorsport, once you got your tyres dirty, you are in trouble. The traction disappears for you, and it's going to take a few laps to get it back. And what tends to happen is, just as you think the traction's coming back, you get a bit aggressive again, spin, and you're on the grass again. So it kind of kicks off a bit of a negative spiral. That's Mark Chambers from Ada Model Car Club, who's joined us today. Mark's brother is also running in the touring car class. Is it Mark Chambers or is it Liam? Beg your pardon, Lee. I called you Lee Chambers, of course, it's because I've had many races with your brother Mark, and so I was thinking about Mark there. But that's Lee Chambers in the very nice blue and pink car with the white aerofoils. Very smart-looking car. Currently running in third place, so he's having a good final. Lee, who's joined us in this F1 class, I think this is his debut in the King of Clubs F1 class. Putting some pressure on Ben Deviso there, but I think it's coming around to lap him actually. Very well driven Ben in the Ferrari there. Just let him through. Let the faster driver through. Doesn't help you at all to hold them up. It just makes your race more difficult too. You see the impact of taking a little bit of curb on these F1 cars. You notice if you watch them driving around that these guys don't take the curbs in the same way that the touring cars do because of the smaller wheels and the very narrow track width. The curb can really unsettle the F1 car, whereas the touring car can use the shorter line by taking the curb to actually gain an advantage, but not so with these F1 cars. So 30 odd seconds left to go in this. That'll be 3 or 4 laps for these guys. That's the leader, Paul Ellis, who's just coming round to lap Lee. Very stylish looking pair of F1 cars down the straight. Well driven Lee, letting Paul through. And of course, just as I said that about the curbs, Paul proves me wrong by taking the curbs beautifully and probably setting fastest lap of the race. That's what you get here, ladies and gentlemen, on DDRC.TV. So final seconds, there goes the bip. So when he crosses the line for the next time, that'll be a win for Paul. He comes through the infield section onto the start-finish straight for the final time. And a win, and I'm sure the championship there for Paul Ellis. Congratulations, Paul, well done. And unlucky Jonathan, you can see actually the impact of that performance on Jonathan. He's first off the rostrum and is walking away pretty swiftly. I think he's a bit disappointed with that one, unlucky.
So Paul Ellis taking the F1 win there from club champion Darren Gale. Third place Lee Chambers, fourth was Jonathan Ellis.
See you later. one? John's. Either John's or the race control. I'll grab a couple of bottles. If you want one, yeah, no worries.
Oh, that's called a jump start. So we're away with the, I think this is the D final in touring cars. This will be a fun race. We've got John Widley, who's the one of the committee members at Aldershot Model Car Club. Does a fantastic job, John, tending to the circuit and the facilities there and looking after everything for all of our enjoyment. And that's, is it Corey Brown? It's Corey Brown just behind him, who's one of the younger Eastbourne members. This will be a good race between the two of them here. Oh, they're both of them. They followed each other onto the grass there, but somehow, that's a big whack into the curb. But somehow or other, Corey's come out of that leading. But both of these guys have now got dirty, dusty tyres, so they're going to be slip sliding around for a few laps, I would think. Frankly, when you drive these cars, if you do go onto the dirt and the dust, I don't think the tyres ever recover until you can get back in and give them a proper clean. So. They've made their lives a little difficult, but nice driving there from Corey in the white car. Not sure how old Corey is, but he's one of our junior drivers. I think he's about 14 years old, maybe 15 years old. Corey, he's doing a really good job. He's coming on leaps and bounds and improving with every race meeting. He's about an 18 or a 19 vintage T4 he's driving, which is a really good car for anyone looking to start out in RC racing. A very popular platform, so there's always people around that know how to set one up and make it nice and easy for you to drive. It's always difficult because the youngsters, they always want the latest and the greatest kit, but very often having something that's a little bit older and that's a bit more familiar to people and set up with plenty of second-hand spares available is a real advantage. It means you can just get yourself a nice, won't be the fastest car in the pit, but that can really help you out as well. Nice, easy to drive car. And I think watching Corey drive here, this is a good example of exactly what we're talking about. He's having a really nice clean run. The odd little mistake bumping one of the curbs or taking a little bit of grass, but see, there's the line there through the S's. That's where it needs to work. Watch some of the top touring car drivers, because that really is a slow in, fast out type place. If you go in there too quick, really hampers your exit and you lose a lot of time in the next section, because the speed gain through there carries you all the way through for a couple of for a fair few corners. Oh, and here we are. We've got James Snashall here, who's just won the A-final in the Tamiya Junior E. Come and sit down here, James. So while we've got this final on, we'll have a little chat with James. So James, you've just won the A-final, which means you win the overall championship and you're 2022 Tamiya Junior E winner. How's that feel?
Really good, actually.
Yeah. Were you nervous beforehand?
Yeah.
And how was the race? What happened in the race when you were out there?
It was good.
It was good. There was a little bit of carnage at one point, wasn't there? And you dropped back, but you came through.
Yeah.
And you took the win. And your sister had a good race too, didn't she?
Yeah,
How'd she do?
She did good.
Yeah, she's fighting for, I think, third place is she in the championship.
Yeah.
Has she got that now? She needs another result.
I think another result.
Another result. And who's she battling with for that? George.
I think so,
George and Evan, yeah. It's quite exciting, isn't it? Quite exciting. And you got the Zen t-shirt on there. You get some help with Zen. Nice. Dave Spashett giving you a bit of help. Yeah, it's really good. Congratulations on the win. Look forward to giving you your prizes a bit later on. So watch this driver, ladies and gentlemen. This is someone who you're going to be seeing a lot of in the future. I'm sure you're going to be Talent Cup next year, is it? Touring Car Talent Cup? Yeah, Touring Car Talent Cup driver next year, and you wouldn't bet against him winning it. Congratulations, James. So 30 seconds left to go in this Touring Car D final, and I think Corey's definitely got the win here. He's flying along. Got John's John's currently in second position from Edward, but they're having a good fun race and a bit of a dice there. Oh, nice line there from Corey. He's really getting into it now. This will be a good, decent lap. So the bips has gone. So as he comes over the line, that'll be a win. Boom, and he's finished. Well done, Corey. That's a decent win. Congratulations. So a couple of minutes to go now, and we'll have the, I think it'll be the C final in the in 17.5 touring car.
On to the 17.5C final then. This is going to be a full 10-car race. Your pole man for the C final, James Davis. He's scoring points for all the shots today. Michael Potts in second. Frank Tribo in third. Tom Oliver fourth. Paul in fifth. Tom sixth. Steve seventh. Nigel eighth. Mark in ninth, and David in 10th.
So 17.5 D final. James Davis slow off the line, and car 2. Oh, they're all right, and that's Frank Tribo who's taking the lead. So car 3 in the lead, bit of a pile up behind them. Oh, Nigel's now on his roof. Nigel Philpott. That's doesn't sound good for his car. He's got something in the spur gear, I'd say. So that's Frank spun, and the James has hit him, and that. I don't know. We've got distinct lack of marshals in this one, because I think there was only 3 in the previous one. So we'll have to sort that out for next time. So. So away at the front, Tom Jackson, car number 6, is leading this one, from James Davis and Frank Tribo. And that's now James Davis in the lead. So James is one of the Aldershot regulars. He's actually driving a Tamiya TRF, one of the latest TRFs, and people that know more about these things than me will be able to tell you the model numbers and stuff. But it's a very special little car. You don't see many of these around. They tend to be more X-rays, automatics, and Mugans. But James there with the Tamiya TRF is away, and in front. Tom Jackson, looks like Tom, yep, that's an X-ray T4, I think, that Tom's driving. So not much in it between these two. Onto the start-finish straight, round the kink into the hairpin. Better line there for Tom, so that will be catching up with James a little bit, and a big bit of oversteer from James there. Yeah, he's definitely catching a little bit there. If he can run 3 or 4 laps, we can run 3 or 4 clean laps, I think Tom will be on the rear end of James Davis and looking to take the win. Well, that worked out well, didn't it? The number 7 car doing a complete 360 spin in front of these two guys, getting himself out of the way accidentally. Hold on a sec. So it's still James and Tom out in the lead. James has got his laps time together, but still there's nothing much in that. That'll be a couple of tenths. Exciting and brilliant racing here at the KOC 22, the MB Models King of Clubs Championship. This is the final round, round five of the series. There's a couple of championships up for grabs. We just spoke to James Snashall, who just took the Tamiya Junior E series, as we said. I think the 17.5 and 13.5 series are already wrapped up, and that'll be the Drivers' Championship in F1, I think, done with Paul's win earlier. So the Talent Cup, and the Talent Cup is the one. Oh, what a mistake from James. So Tom's now back. Oh, he had a little look there, nearly tagged him. He's going to be having a look here, but it's very difficult to pass if you don't know especially if you don't know the circuit all that well. So hopefully it doesn't end in tears, but they both seem to be driving very nice and respectfully. Well done, Tom. Good lines there. He's recovered from that little bit of contact very well with a minute left to go, or 45 seconds left to go. Tom ran a little bit wide into the hairpin at the end of the straight there, which has opened the gap a little bit, but he's making space, making time here, and James is struggling much more with grip than Tom is. So Tom's able to catch James at will, but can he pass? 25 seconds left to go. So it'll be this lap and one more. Both of them a little mistake there, taking some curb, having a look at the inside. Oh, he's got through now. He nicely ran the outside. So as we say, James was really struggling for his grip. Oh, James has tagged him, but fair play, well done. I think that's a fair result in that, but this race isn't over. Final lap, and James looking to catch Tom and retake the lead for the win. Through into the chicane, and he's managed. No, well played. That's a win for Tom from James in the 17.5C final. Round of applause from the crowd. That was a terrific race.
It stopped recording for some reason, yeah. I'm in the wrong one.
Apologies for getting that we needed a few extra marshals for that one. We do need some volunteers for the C final next time.
Doesn't matter which one it goes in.
We've only got 4
Doesn't matter which one it goes in.
D-final and only 3 of them ran. And the wins from Tom Jackson there, James Davison second, Mark Burrell third.
So 17.5 B final. This could be one of the races of the day, or it could be fairly carnagey. Now, the one thing you look for as a relatively inexperienced commentator in this RC racing is for a minimum number of One Colour Wonder white body shells, which makes it very difficult. Oh, and here we have 3 of them lining up on the grid in the B final here. So one of them is the pole position driver, which is David Usher. 20 seconds left. The other ones are mucking about a little bit. We shan't remind them that you're subject to a penalty if you're not in your grid spot with 30 seconds left to go. We shan't mention that right now. Certainly not online. So Rob Saul doesn't appear to have made it to the grid. So it's David Usher, John Holloway, Ross Stevens. The front 3 away well. Oh, nicely clean through the hairpin. Ross up into second place. All well played. So And that's John Holloway back into second place. Oh, and unlucky, Ross has spun. So that is away. So we've got David Usher, Phil Ferrier in second place with the rainbow-coloured shell. Who's that? So let's have a look. What's happening? So that's the race order as we hit a minute. We're looking at a green car there, whose number I can't see.
Third place. That's third place, I don't know.
We think that's Mark. Oh, of course, that's Mark Chambers, isn't it? Yep, I can see Mark looking at it with the very smart hoodie cap on. That'll be a factory hoodie cap. Optimised, I think is the word. £45 that hat. That was a joke. It's 65, I think, in reality. And actually, Mark is catching the second place driver Phil, and judging by the qualifying performances, Mark should have the pace to make his way through into second place. So if we just stick on this battle for a moment, let's see if Mark can get through cleanly, or if he's wanting to help our TikTok views with some sort of spectacular fireball of a crash. No, he's got through cleanly. Oh well, never mind. Well done, Mark. So that's David Usher leading from Mark Chambers and Phil in third place. Oh yeah, Hannah Nasumoto. So this is David Usher who's away in the lead with this. Got 3-second lead currently over Mark Chambers. Let's see what they're lapping at. Well, Mark's got the slight edge, on fastest laps, but let's see the gap. So the gap's currently 3 seconds with 2 minutes left to go. So whilst we're following David Usher there on screen, I'll be keeping an eye on the timing here and see if that comes down at all. So that's David over the line. David over the line now. That's Ross Stevens that we've just picked up. Where's Mark? No, still 3 second gap. He's actually closed the gap by 1/10 of a second, but I think he's gonna have to close it at a faster pace than that if he's going to bridge the gap to the leader with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go. Ross Stevens there, the local driver, and there's the leader, John Holloway. David Usher, I beg your pardon. John Holloway in third place. I think is about to be lapped, or just has been lapped. So 2.5 seconds the gap now. So Mark's lapping quicker, but he's going to run out of time to catch the leader. But he'll be looking for a mistake or an intervention by back marker lap traffic. That's Mark Chambers on screen that we're looking at. Oh, I think there's been an incidental mistake off camera because the gap's now 7 seconds between the two of them. So David Usher is with 30 seconds left to go. David, I think, has got this one in the bag unless he makes a mistake. A B-final win in a series like King Clubs is a notable achievement. So well done, David. If you get this one over the line, that's a decent victory. So we've got David just coming onto the start-finish straight now. Over the line to behind Ross, and that's a win for David Usher with 18.304 from Mark Chambers, from Phil, John Holloway, Aidan Gale. Mick Hendy was in that one. He came to 6th position, and Ross Stevens, Fraser Tucker, and Gary Oliver.
can't go on there and do it. Not now, I can't. Like from yesterday.
So that's your B-final over. The winner there, David Usher. Second, Mark Chambers. Third, Bill Perrier. Mark Chambers scoring at 2 points for Ada there. So that's given them 14 overall so far with 2 drivers to go. So to stay even, in with a chance of Aldershot, they've got to get 2 ones in the next 2 scores. Marcus needs to win.
I don't know.
Liam needs to win. And then they still only draw with Aldershot.
So the handsome bunch on screen is our A finalists in the 17.5 Blinky class, the stock touring car class. Hi, Frankie Fletcher, thank you very much. Frankie Fletcher's just delivered to me a yellow bungee cord. I think he's hoping to have another go at the 3-legged sumo wrestling races that may or may not have occurred last night. Unlucky, mate. Yeah, it was unlucky that. You had a good start too. So you've got Ben Morey on pole, Liam Hendy in second, Dan Morey, Gareth. Of course, it's Gareth Hobson in the white and orange car. Billy Kavanagh. All right, clean start for Ben. Dan's having a look at Liam already, which he'll... Oh, and a big spin from... half spin there from Liam Hendy. Oh, and Ben Morey's on the grass. So that's blown it wide open. Dan Morey in the lead. Ben Morey in second, but he's been on the grass. His tyres are going to be a bit grubby, and Liam Hendy is going to be looking to make a move up the inside there. Looking very racy, Liam. He knows that Ben has just got the edge in pace, so really needs to be in front of him if he's going to manage the win. But at the moment, it's Dan Morey who's well away in front, and with these guys just having clipped the grass, it's going to take them some time to build up the traction to be able to catch Dan. Dan, who earlier was looking a little bit long-faced and feeling like going home after he took the corner off his car in the first round of qualifying, stuck it out, repaired the car, and he'll be pleased he did with this one. He's away in the lead and has got a nice little gap. And as I say, with the dirt on the tyres, Dan's currently able to lap a good tenth and a half of a second faster than the two behind him. And in fact, the one to watch right now, I think, is Timmy Langdell, who looks like he might be catching Liam. So we've got them down the hairpin there. That's Dan we're looking at there. That's Timmy Langdell just coming into the infield. He's just going to come onto camera any second now. There's Timmy Langdell. So Tim, who came into this series with high hopes of taking the championship, but had a lot of bad luck in the first 2 rounds and hasn't really recovered. Oh, and Dan's on his roof off camera. So that's let Ben Morey back into the lead. Dan managed to get flipped over back onto his wheels quickly enough to recover into second place, and without dirt on the tyres, that shouldn't have upset his rhythm too much. But given that the two of these are, let's say, they are related, this is going to be a tidy race if they can get side by side. But that's Ben in the lead there. That's Dan just coming through past Dave Ringsell. So it's all settled down now with Ben Morey leading from Dan Morey, from Liam, from Tim Langdell, from Soteris, who's in 5th position, and George Munns in the fast banana has made it up from 10th into 6th. Gareth Hobson's the driver that's dropped down the field in this one, starting in 4th place on the grid. He's currently running in 7th place. And George has got a body tuck, actually, I can see. So hopefully that's not affecting him too much. You can see the rear corner of his car. It's just tucked in under the wheel. So there have been some contact there that the rear tyre has grabbed the body shell and pulled it up underneath. Usually that causes a real loss of traction, but that doesn't seem to be the case right now. That's Ben Murray we're looking at. As I say, one of the fastest touring car drivers in the country, a factory automatics driver, or certainly supported by 6K Racing, the UK distributor of automatics cars, and he's a very quick driver, especially here and at West London. I think his two favourite tracks. That's Dan Murray, his brother who we're looking at, who was leading until he put it on his roof off the curb. So unfortunate for Dan. Liam Hendy now on screen. Liam, the skipper and the circuit rep at Ada Model Car Club, just down the road in Shoreham. Liam was looking racy right at the start, and I think the plan was, let's see if we can get in front of Ben in the first couple of laps and make it a race. Hasn't quite managed to do that, but he's running 40 seconds left to go, so that's about 3 laps for these guys. So the dice on track looks like it's between Soteris and Gareth Hobson, and the two drivers are about to be lapped by the leader Ben Murray. In fact, Gareth's just got through. I think Soteris was letting the leader through there and accidentally let Gareth through. But Gareth's let Ben back through now, so they've changed round positions. So Gareth has come out of that really rather very well, smelling of roses. There the pip's gone. So as we watch Ben Murray finish this lap and over the line, that'll be a win for Ben Murray, a single point for Eastbourne. And I think that will be the team championship for 2022 secured for Eastbourne Model Car Club as well. Eastbourne Model Car Club. What am I talking about? Eastbourne Electric Car Club. So congratulations, Ben. Congratulations, Eastbourne. So I've been told I went a little bit early with the congratulations for Eastbourne Electric Car Club there on the championship, and hopefully that won't have jinxed them in this next one, or maybe it will. So 30 seconds to go. This is the 13.5 Touring Car A-final. Marcus Askell, a former Tamiya Euro Cup world champion, in pole position with his X-Ray X4. Billy Fletcher, the Schumacher, in second place with the white and red shell. Jack Collins, the 15-year-old local talent driver, with the green car, the Mugen, and I suspect quite a lot of people will be cheering for Jack if he can get in amongst the experienced drivers in front of him. That's a clean getaway for those two. Marcus around. So front three all away cleanly. It's Billy Fletcher wanting to have a look. What will his tactics be here? Will it be to try and stick on the back of Marcus, or will it be to try and get in front and dominate the race from the front? I suspect he'll want to stay with him, but ran wide in the hairpin there, Billy, which let Marcus open up a tenth or two at the front. Yes, indeed. So, he took a risk there, Marcus, didn't he? He took two wheels on the curb at the inside of the kink there, which would have unsettled the car a little bit and risked the big crash. And of course, that's let Billy right back in, I think. So Billy's closed that little bit of a gap. This could be an exciting race, these two. Marcus's car looks much less stable than Billy's over the bump at the kink at the end of the straight. These cars, I don't know how fast they're going there. Must be 50 mile an hour down that straight and that kink. Likes they lie there, but Billy Fletcher is looking racy behind, taking slightly different lines. Late apexing his way through there, getting the gas on. Good line through the chicane onto the start-finish straight. Nothing in it speed-wise between the two of them. They've dropped and Billy's on his roof. So Billy's on his roof, which has let Jack through into second position. Disaster for Eastbourne Club because Billy was one of their high hopes for a single point score. And with Marcus out in the lead, that will be a point for Ada Club. And what have we got now? 3, 4, 5 points for Eastbourne Club. So it's Jack Collins we're looking at. Jack's now in second position. He'll be thanking his lucky stars of that mistake, but he hasn't quite dropped Charlie Colby in the purpley blue car, who's currently running now in third place. The two friends who, I'm not sure who won the sumo wrestling last night between the two of them, but it got pretty serious at one point. I think it was probably Charlie that won that, because he's about twice the size. Oh, and a mistake for Jack there. He oversteered on the exit of the corner, took a little bit of curb. That's let Charlie catch him a little bit. Marcus Askell is well away in the lead. He won't be making a mistake now, Marcus. He's got this one in the bag, I'd say. So the race on track, the one to watch is, can Charlie Colby, in the 2.5 minutes left in this race, can Charlie catch the 1.5 seconds or so gap? Just under a second, actually. So the gap between the two of them is 1.1 seconds over the line that time. That's Charlie Colby in the purple-blue car we're having a look at now. He's chasing down friend and club captain rival Jack Collins in the green car. It's a Mugen Secchi out front. I'm not sure which car Charlie's driving. I think it's the Mugen by the looks of it, with the blue shell. So it's an X-Ray X4 who's out in front. He's got this one in the bag. Where's Billy Fletcher? Is he catching these guys? I'm sure he is a little bit, but there's not going to be enough time. Yeah, 3-second gap back to Billy with 2 minutes left to go. So that could become a factor by the end of it if Billy's able to close the gap and get into challenge the podium positions. Charlie's not really able to get in touch with Jack here. Jack's driving very, very well. The gap looks pretty stable between them. If anything, Jack is opening it up a little bit. Let's have a look at the timing over the line here, and they come over the line. So 1.2 seconds the gap. As I say, that it looked pretty stable, and indeed it is. Billy Fletcher is fast approaching Charlie though. Give him another few laps. Only 60 seconds left to go. So 4 or 5 laps for these guys at this speed. That's Billy, I think we're looking at on screen now, the Schumacher driver. Wearing the very nice race paint there, the red and white, the nice yellow stripe along the top, very stylish race paint. 40 seconds left to go. Yep, Jack's opened the gap between him and Charlie to 2 seconds. That's still Billy we're looking at there. He's going to be, what's the gap between Billy and Charlie? 1.4 seconds with 2 laps left to go. 2 laps left to go. If you get, and Charlie's let, oh dear, oh Lord. I know what's going on there. So howls of derision from the Ada camp there as some team orders in RC racing. Who'd have thunk it? So a win for Marcus Askell with Jack Collins in second position, Billy Fletcher in third, from Charlie Colby in fourth place, executing the team orders there. You never want to miss a trick, Charlie. Thumbs up from the coach and Dad. Let's wait for the steward's inquiry and the complaints from Liam Hendy and the Ada team. So a quick break and we'll be back, I think, in about... Oh no, they're going straight through. So just 2 minutes now for the Tamiya Junior A-final, B-final. So the rather more sedate action here. We'll just watch this for a little bit on the wide cam for the Tamiya Junior E B-final. This is the second of their races. All seems very sedate after the hot pace of that 13.5 Blinky final. It's car 2 Saber Okamoto who's away with this one again. From Scott Nascimento. That's a riddle to say that together, isn't it? Okamoto Nascimento. Very, very distinctive names from the two drivers here. Let's see the gap. Well, it's quite a big gap from Saber, so if he can just keep it going, he'll be away with this one. Finley Bat is having a race with. Oh, a mistake there from Scott. He's on the grass. Oh, it's a uncomfortable sounding whir from the number 5 car. That's got some. Oh, and he's hit something, and the whir has stopped. The number 5 car. Oh dear, he's stuck against the rope just now.
Hello. Hello.
Where do we end up? I've lost me come back there.
This is so good now. Because the kids keep crashing. It actually is because of that.
Yeah, Seba's taken the win again on the B-final. Well done. And just a couple of minutes now before the second of the A-finals in the Tamiya Junior E. Championship's been decided in favour of James. So hopefully.
Oh, jump start by everyone.
James and Evan away at the front this time nicely. A much cleaner start to the race. Oh, Evan's on the ground. Oh, of course I said that, didn't I? Of course I say that, and it all kicks off. So Chloe. So that's Chloe Snashall in, I think, to second position with Matthew Little in fourth, Evan Hellier in third. Oh no, that's George Williams up into third. Well done, George. So that's Matthew Little we're looking at now. Very stylish Mercedes AMG body shell in the fluoro orange. That's a dead car in the middle of the track. Matthew's looking to catch up with George Williams. Where's Chloe? Chloe there is in. So she's on the grass. So Chloe on the start-finish straight. I think she's now in second position. I think she's just taken Evan for second place. Oh, runs a bit deep and wide. There's a bit of contact between them, but Evan's on the grass. Chloe's right in touch. She comes round into the infield section. Nice drifting, four wheels spinning as they go around the corners there. Lost a bit of time to Evan, unfortunately. George behind them. Remember, those two are battling for third position in the championship. So, oh, and Chloe's hit the rope and gone into the air. That's let George in contention. So, amazing how this has worked out. The two of them who are fighting for third position in the championship. Oh, George has hit the wall. The two of them fighting for third position in the championship, and they are battling it out on the track, neck and neck between the two of them. Oh, contact from George. What's Chloe going to do? She's back through. Oh, back through. Oh, a bit of track cutting there, but I guess it's worked out fairly enough. Oh, they're going for each other. They're going for each other, weren't they?
Yeah.
So who are we looking at now? That's George Williams we're looking at there. George is now, I think, running. Is he running in second position, George, or third position? Let me have a quick look on screen as we're just coming up to the 3-minute marker. So it's James Snashall who's away leading this one. Evan's made it back into second. George is currently third with Chloe in fourth. Chloe's now back onto him. The two of them look like they're spending more time trying to hit each other than actually race against each other and overtake. Oh, side by side up the straight. Oh, poor Chloe came off worse there. That knocked her off onto the grass, but there's still 2 minutes left to go in this one. These guys are really struggling for traction and grip with their cars, but they're doing a fantastic job. Out onto the grass, Evan Hellier passes him and takes the lapping. Oh dear, and there's a bit of contact in midfield behind us. We can hear all this Lexus smashing. Ellie Nasumoto there. That's Ellie who's doing well. Ellie Smith. That's one of the very nice body shells there. That's a Basil airbrush special. I think she won that in the raffle a few rounds ago. So Ellie Smith we're looking at there. She's currently running in 6th position. A very nice distinctive shell. Oh. You see one of the problems that these inexperienced drivers have is that they brake late, dive quite too fast into the corner, which creates a lot of contact on the way in, because they still try and steer and make the corner, which ends up in a T-bone crash. So dropping back off Ellie, we're picking up, I think that's Matthew we're picking up there. Matthew's now over the line. Where's Matthew? He's down in 8th place, so not such a good final for Matthew this time. So that's James Snashall who's now finished and taken the win. 5 minutes is done. Actually a win for Evan. Well done, Evan. That's a win for Evan from James, George Williams, Hamish, Chloe, Ellie, Theo, Matthew, Frankie and Fergus.
The winner of that A-final, Evan, took the win from James, George, Hamish, Chloe in 5th, and Ellie was 6th. Theo 7th, Matthew 8th, Frankie 9th, and Fergus was 10th. So the burger wagon is now winding down completely. If you've got a tab, could you please come and settle it ASAP? And we're on to the Talent Cup A-final.
Okay, stop again. I think sure that stopped again. That's all right.
Done well, man. Good job.
So A-final leg. Oh, there's a mass jump start. A-final leg 2 for the Touring Car Talent Cup. Well done. Oh. So Archie Matthews is away again in the lead.
Bye.
Harry Honza in 2nd position, and it's Poppy Hyde in 3rd. Oliver Woodall in 4th. He's up the inside of Poppy in the hairpin. Yeah, nice clean move. So Oliver's in 3rd position. Poppy's got a bit of a body tuck. Looks like her battery's out scraping around. So that could be, yep, there's a marshal job there for Poppy. So that's let Kenny, brother Kenny through. Driving very aggressively. Kenny needs to calm down and slow down a little bit. It'll all go a lot better. So Archie Matthews away in the lead. That's Oliver Woodall we're looking at in 3rd position. Graduate from Tamiya Junior E last year. going to get back through. Well done, Poppy. She ran it wide there. Let the faster car through. So let's have a look at the lap times here, because Harry Honza looks like he's well, he was catching up with Archie a little bit, but Archie's just set the fastest lap of the race on that last one. So 2 and 3 second gap between them. 3.5 minutes left to go. So if Archie drives cleanly, I think he's got this one with a double race win. That'll be a fantastic result for Archie. On camera now with his preferred, I think that's his X-ray. Yes, you can see the orange suspension there. That's his preferred X-ray T4. I think it's a 2018 T4 he's got there. He was sponsored by MB Models this year and got a nice deal on a Yokomo BD11, but unfortunately, big accident at West London, and he broke the chassis. And with it being such a new car, there aren't any chassis left in the country at the moment, so he's having to wait for one to come in from Japan. Oh, a bit of contact there. That might. Where's Harry? I'm not really in touch, Harry. So, and Harry's just made a mistake, needing marshalling by Charlie. Well done, Charlie. Oh, Poppy's hit the curb there. She's up into the air. So, 2.5 minutes gone. It's Archie Matthews from Harry Honza, Oliver Woodall, Kenny Hyde in 4th, Harry Standing having a good race in 5th from Tyler, and Poppy bringing up the rear. But Oliver Woodall has made it up into 2nd position, so Oliver has passed Harry Honza for 2nd place. Very different speeds here. I think that's Tyler Standing we're watching there. That's young Tyler Standing, who's car number 7. Very nice white, orange and blue car. Doing very well, Tyler. He's having a terrific race in sixth place in the Touring Car Talent Cup. I think we've just picked up. Is that Archie we've picked up? No, that's Kenny we're looking at there in the orange and white car, orange and white body shell. Down the start-finish straight, up the inside of Tyler. Well done, Tyler. Kenny's settled down here a bit now. Is into a nice little rhythm. Oh, and looks like Harry Honza is now back in front of Oliver. Oh, and Oliver's back in front of Harry. So I think it's mistakes between these two. But with 1 minute left to go, or 50 seconds left to go, oh, contact there. This is the race to the line. Let's see how these guys can sort this race out. Oh, Harry's all over the shop there. There's a bit of curb. Smackdown wallop. So bit of a gap between them now, but half a mistake and they'll be back through. So that's Harry Honza, who's looking to get back. But oh, unlucky there. He just tagged Poppy. He was trying to let Oliver through, but it was on that wide line. Well done, Harry. So Harry let the drivers through, but these two are right in touch now. This is the last lap, I'm sure. Yep, 2 seconds left to go. The bips are going. So will there be a loss? Oh, is that Harry at the inside? Yeah, Harry Honza's taken 2nd position. Oh, Oliver back through. Oh, well done, guys. So that was 2nd place for Oliver, 3rd place for Harry Honza, and a nice round of applause there from the audience. That was a terrific race. Well done, everyone. A win for Archie Matthews out in front, with Oliver Woodall in 2nd, Harry Honza 3rd, Harry Standing in 4th. Well done, Harry, from Kenny, Tyler and Poppy. Congratulations.
So, winner of that race, the A-final Talent Cup, Archie Matthews, 2nd, Oliver Woodall, 3rd, Harry Honza.
The thingy needs turning down and cut out.
logo on the front. It's a black cap. It's Scott. So if anybody's found it, can you pop it into race control?
So 30 seconds to go. This is the KOC GT B-final. This was one of the races of the day so far. The first race in this one. Handsome looking chaps up there. There's Peter Harradence there, who's the fourth from the right. Terrific race from Peter in the first race in this class, in this B-final. Let's see how they get away. The four-wheel drive cars get away off the line a bit quicker than the two-wheel drive cars. Oh, and the same has happened again. Oh, and a big launch from the back of the field, and there's a lot of contact there in the midfield. So, oh dear, oh Lord. So Peter's managed to take himself out. There's a marshal running from somewhere to marshal to sort that one out. Mike Collins has managed to get away at the front from Kevin. Mike Vale, who managed to win the first race in this B-final, KOC GT B-final. He's now up into second position. I think that's Kevin who's taken over the lead from Mike. Mike's dropped back. So car 5, Kevin leading. Very nice metallic blue body shell from Mike Vale with a two-wheel drive car, with Mike Collins who's running a TTO2, and Andrew Pawley is up into fourth place, so he's having a good final. And Mike Vale is off into the lead now, after good speed down the straight. So Mike Vale leads from Kevin. Mike Collins is not keeping in touch at the moment with Kevin, so Kevin's got track position, and the unfortunate Peter Harradence is coming up to be lapped now. Obviously, all went a bit wrong for him. With the contact early on, but very sportingly letting the leaders through. Doesn't want to interfere with the race for the podium positions. Oh, lots of oversteer there from Kevin. Really struggled to keep the car in a straight line, but he managed it. So there's the race for the lead. Mike Vale down. The back line. Don't come off the track. That's good. Through the S's. So Mike is doing a good job there in keeping in front of Kevin. Kevin's got 3 minutes left to do something about it. Nothing in it, nothing much in it lap times wise. 19.4, 19.1, 19.2. So the front three cars are lapping at very, very similar speeds. Peter's car, I think, has got some damage there off camera. But so there's my all. The heart would have been in Mike's mouth there as he saw the car in front of him hurtling off the track into the wall, but thankfully he wasn't caught up in any crash action. So over the line to complete another lap. 9 laps down. That's 2 minutes left to go. Mike Vale leading, and Kev's right on him now. So this could be interesting. Maybe the four-wheel drive car is just using its tyres a little bit more efficiently than the two-wheel drive car and isn't running out of grip quite as much. Who knows? Oh, it's a damaged car in front. Hopefully it just pulls to one side. Not quite. But Mike managed to deal with that very well. So onto the start-finish straight to start another lap. Literally half a second between them, and Mike Collins is getting back on terms as well. It's catching up with Let's see, over a minute left to go, so 1 minute 10 seconds, 70 seconds left to go in this race. This is going to be a scrap to the line. I don't think these three are going to finish in this position by any stretch. By any stretch? What am I talking about? Oh, that's done it for Mike Collins, though. So Mike Collins is out of this one. He's just had an accident coming onto the start-finish straight. Dealing with these back markers, Mike Vale through nicely. Can Kev get through just as nicely? Will he be held up by the front-wheel drive return? No, it's through nicely. Well done, Kev. So onto the start-finish straight. Mike's away in the lead. 40 seconds left to go. 3 more laps. Mike's driving very nicely, I've got to say. He's keeping that two-wheel drive car in some great lines. Bit of a gap now for Kev, so it's dropped. The gap has opened up. Oh, blimey, that was nearly a big crash there. He's right back on him now, though. No, I didn't see what happened off camera there, so let these two get right back in touch. But so they come across the line. This is the last lap. So the last lap in the KOC GT B-final. It's Mike Vale leading from he's having the inside. He didn't quite make it now, but now he's coming into the section where surely he'll be making the final chicane. Very cool driving from Mike Vale. Oh, and he's managed to see it off. Well done. So great driving there. Mike Vale takes the win. That's a double race win for Mike Vale, with Kev doing a great job in second position from Mike Collins, Andrew Pawley, Finley Lanaway, Peter Harrodance, Graham and Paul. I don't know yet. We need to do it on the computer afterwards.
I think we're going to head it, that's right.
Yes, of course.
Thanks
so much, guys.
That's all good, thank you.
Chris, if it's all right, if I can email in the week so we can do that work stuff. That would really help upload that work so I know I can replicate the stuff that's saved, but that will work out what you were looking at. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for your no worries, thank you so much. Nice to meet you. Yeah, see you soon, man. Cheers. See ya. Yeah, I'm lucky that will be that.
Oh well. I beat the person I needed to beat. That's all that matters.
Hold it, Darren.
Hold it, Darren.
Oh, blimey, that was hairy, wasn't it? So, KOC GT A-final. Slightly chaotic start there with something happening that needed marshalling before the final got underway. But they're away cleanly again. Stu Rand out in the lead from Tim Harrop, from Barry Wibley, from Andy Travis. So, despite all the comings and goings, we are as we were, with these four away in the lead, and Christopher Brain, doing a really good job of keeping in touch in fourth position. So Stu Rand away, Tim Harrop, Barry Wibley, Andy Travis, Christopher Brain. These three look like they're closing up a little bit. Oh, and there's action there. Oh dear. So Christopher Brain is now through into third position. So it just, oh, and there's off as well. And they're trying to sort it out. What are they doing? So not sure what happened there, but I think they were waiting for each other, and who knows. Anyway. So let's put the names up on the screen so we can see who's who. And that, after a few incidents there, the order's been shaken up somewhat. So Stuart Rand leading from Tim Harrop. That's as it was. But Simon Ascombe and Adam Southgate have come through, and Simon Simmons is through as well. So Barry and Christopher came off rather badly, and as did Andy Travis in all of that action. So that's Andy Travis we're looking at there. He's just made it past Rich Ludlam. You can see Christopher Brown and Barry Wibley are getting through as well nicely. They're catching through on the field, so we'll have a look at those guys in a minute. There's Barry Wibley. There's Andy Travis. That's Stu Rand who's coming up to lap them. Rich Ludlam's just behind Stu Rand. So Simon Ascombe is going to come under pressure any moment now from Barry Wibley onto the start-finish straight, the two of them. So the green car there is Simon Ascombe. That's Barry Wibley behind him. This is the race for third position on track right now, with Stu Rand and Tim Harrop away at the front. Nothing in it between these two. In fact, so as they come through the lap traffic, Barry Wibley has come out the better, and he's managed to get himself in front of Simon. Oh, and contact there. So we'll check over the line here whether Andy Travis is fighting for position here or whether this is lap traffic. Yep, they are for position there. So that's Barry Wibley from Andy Travis from Simon Simmons. And Tim Harrop coming through to lap them. .40 seconds left to go in this one. Christopher Brain's recovered from the crashes there to be in 7th position, just behind Andy Travis, but in front of Rich Ludlam. There's Barry and Andy Travis. That's the exciting race on track. This is currently for 5th position. Well, respectful driving there from Andy. He's having a look at the inside. Oh, Barry gave him a bit of a gap there and he's back through. Oh, nicely. This is it. Over the line for the 5th position. Barry's over the curb. Oh, and they've hit each other. Oh, yeah. Well, Chris Brain came through. So I think what happened there is that Andy Travis felt that the accident was his mistake, so he waited to let Barry through, and of course that let Chris Brain come through and take 5th position in the end. So win for Stu Rand from Tim Harrop, from Simon Anscombe, from Adam Southgate, from Chris Brain, from Barry Wibley, Andy Travis, Rich Ludlam, Simon Simmons, Jonathan Simblett and Martin Reeder bringing up the rear.
Yeah, of course, yeah. He's always posting about it, isn't it? It's funny.
He's moaning about it today.
So F1 race 2 away. Jonathan will be looking to make up for his disappointing showing in the first race, and in fact he already has, with swooping pass into the lead past Dad Paul. Do you help? Do you help? So Jonathan Ellis is away in the lead with this one from Paul. Oh, he's on the grass. He's on the grass. That lets Dad pull through again, but Dad ran wide and let Jonathan through, and that's Darren Gale. I beg your pardon. I thought I recognised the lack of apex troubling. Oh, and crashes there, so into the curbs, all spinning around. You don't want to do that on the dirt. So, load of action there, but at the end of that rather exciting little stint, we're back as we were with Jonathan Ellis leading from Paul, and Lee Chambers in third position now. Lee Chambers, I think, wins the concourse colours, best colours of the meeting actually, for that pink and blue with the white on the airfoils. That's a nice colour scheme, that. Oh, great camera shot that from BBC Stu, catching the cars down the little straight into the hairpin there. That was brilliant work. Really got the impression of speed as they come up on our position here at Eastbourne Model Car Club. Eastbourne Model Car Club, Eastbourne Electric Car Club. I shall put in a petition to change the name to Eastbourne Model Car Club. So Jonathan, oh, he's on the grass again, Jonathan. So Jonathan's still away in the lead. Darren Gale has made his way back through after the spills to third place. Oh, and second place momentarily. Oh, and second place for sure now, as Paul caught a bit too much curb trying to defend. So Darren Gale is way in the lead. So I think we'll see here whether or not Paul was sandbagging with son Jonathan in front. I don't think he was. But Darren Gale seems to have found his groove. Just a couple of tenths of a second between them. Paul Ellis now back on terms as well. So we've got Jonathan from Darren Gale from Paul. Another brilliant race here at oh, and that's contact between and contact there as well. So pick the bones out of that one. So it looked like Darren made contact with Jonathan, which threw Jonathan off, and then Paul made contact with Darren, and Darren's come out of all of it smelling of roses, which is unusual for him, I have to say. Jonathan now back through and on terms again, so making up some ground with just over a minute left to go, and that's Jonathan back through into the lead. And then Darren into the lead. Oh, the trouble is the contact with these open wheel cars causes real problems. And Darren's come out of that rather worse for wear. So back as we were a few laps ago, Jonathan leading from Paul. From Ben now, from Ben DeViso, who's in third position. I think Darren's now out of touch with this. Jonathan doing a cracking job down the lead. 30 seconds left to go. Maybe this lap and one more. One lap and this lap and Maybe this lap and one more. Let's see how they go. Yeah, no, there'll be another lap after this one, I think. So into the closing stages of this lap, into the chicane, onto the start-finish straight. 4 and that was the last lap. So a win for Jonathan Ellis. Well done, Jonathan. From Paul, from Ben, from Darren, and from Lee.
So the A-final Formula 1 winner there, John Ellis. Second, Paul Ellis. Third was Benedetto. Derek Gallo out in the lead for quite a lot of that. One mistake cost the race, but that's racing for you. Eastbourne Formula 1 Club champion. Can't take it on home track, unfortunately. On to the next race.
So I'm going to give Stu a little quick break on the camera action for this one. We'll watch this one on the wide angle for now. There's just 3 of them in there, and it's a nice one to watch on the wide angle. We'll be back in 5 minutes with the 17.5.
Well, we're on to the Blinky B-final now, 17.5. We've got John Willie on pole. Corey Brown second. And Edward in third. With 30 seconds to go. 30 seconds. Race 7.
So what's going on with the TikTok views then? We're not picking them up.
to the C-final 17.5. Can we have some volunteer marshals out for this one, please? I've got Derek coming out to marshal. Darren Gale's just walked past with nothing to do, so he's probably going to marshal. The winner of that D-final was Edward. Second, John. Third was Corey. Obviously, John, Edward and Corey will be out marshalling. And we'll be spreading out around the track to cover areas that are not covered by other drivers, particularly areas close to corners and the like.
That camera filming? So I don't need to be. That one, I need to be careful.
So we're away with the 17.5 C final. James Davis in the lead again. James had a cracking race in the last race, but didn't quite manage to win. Oh, Tom's there in second place again. Oh, someone's on the dirt on the start-finish straight. So James Davis, Tom. Oh, that's Mark Burrell in third place. So Mark Burrell's having a good run in this one. He'll be pleased with that. Up in the third place, the heart rate will be up. James Davis, to see if he's made any changes to his car, because he's certain. And Tom Jackson looks like he's got the pace again to get on terms with James. Trying to catch the leaders. Another good race up front here. This James with the Tamiya, Tom with the X-ray, right on good terms up the start-finish straight down to the hairpin. James does run wide at that hairpin. It lets Tom catch him every single time, and he's tightened that line at the hairpin because he's losing time there to Tom Jackson. Oh, Tom runs a little bit deep into the chicane. That lost him some time. So the gap sort of a bit like an accordion. It's closing and opening as these guys go through the stronger sections and the weaker sections of their lap. Following each other through there. This is now nice and close. 3 minutes left to go. 2 minutes just gone. James Davis leading with the Tamiya TRF and the X-Ray T4 of Tom Jackson in second. Oh, a bit too much curb, and he almost flipped out, but thankfully he's recovered. And actually, let's see, what have we got? 2.5 minutes left to go. That gap's opened up a little bit, but not too much. So hopefully they'll get back on terms. Let's have a look as they go over the line at the size of the gap. Oh, James has made a mistake. Oh, is his car dead? No, his car's not dead, but he couldn't get back round. So Tom's in the lead. That's let Mark Burrell in touch. So Mark Burrell is now right under the wing of the former leader, James Davis, with Tom Jackson away in the lead. Didn't quite see what happened there for James. I think he just spun out coming out of the bend there. Oh, grip rolling is. He's just grip rolled actually coming out of there. Completely flipped over. So the race order now. Tom Jackson leading. It's at the hairpin at the bottom of the straight. Mark Burrell not far behind. If Mark can stay cool and keep some nice quick fast laps here, he can get on terms with 2 minutes 45 seconds left in this one. This will be a fantastic result for Mark Burrell on debut here at Eastbourne Electric Car Club if he can pull this one off and catch up with previous race winner Tom Jackson and get the win. The gap was about 1.5 seconds as they went over the line last time. Let's have a little look, see if he's managing to close it at all. Whoa, it's about the same, about 1.4 seconds, so definitely looks quite quick through this section, Mark, but loses it a bit towards the end of the lap onto the start-finish straight. .3 seconds the gap now, so it looks like Mark's just lapping a tenth of a second faster, but he's only got 50 seconds left. Four laps of the circuit, perhaps 3 laps left to go. If he's going to get the race win, he's going to need, I think, a little mistake from Tom. Looks very close on terms, but he lost time there. that S-bend so crucial here at Eastbourne Electric Car Club. I ran into the last portion of the lap. Indeed, the gap opened up there, 1.6 seconds now. So it looks like Tom's got this. There's James Davis. There's car 4, which I think is Tom Oliver. He's having a decent race. David Standing is up into 5th position from 10th on the grid. So David's having a decent race. That's David we're looking at on camera now. Over the line, win for Tom Jackson. 2nd for Mark Burrell. Oh, in fact, they haven't finished yet. I beg your pardon. They're just coming through now. So, indeed, a double race victory in the C final for Tom Jackson. Lots of handshaking up there on the rostrum. Well done to the drivers. A terrific race.
Got a car alarm going off in the car park, which is quite annoying. The owner of the Mazda gets all about it. I think it's Mazda. Anyway, the winner there, the C final 75 Blinky was Tom Jackson. 2nd, Mark Burrell. 3rd, James Davis. On to the B final. You've got 1 minute 25. Getting a little bit depressing. We've only got 3 races left of the final round of the King of Club Championship this year. Coming down to the real races to decide the championship winners.
So 17.5 B final. David Usher, Rob Saul, John. Oh, the front 2 are missing actually. So I think that's John Holloway and Ross Stevens who are effectively 1 and 2. Oh, nice clean start there. A little bit of contact. So that's John Holloway, Ross Stevens in 2nd. That's good for Ross. He was unlucky in the first final. He had a terrific start and then just a bit of contact and he missed out. Aidan Gale having a good race too. That's Aidan in the other white body shell, currently running in 3rd place. With Phil behind him with the pink chassis, pink shell. So who's your money on for this one, ladies and gentlemen? So, I'm sorry, that's Fraser Tucker, not John Holloway. Fraser Tucker, Ross Stevens, from John Holloway. No, John Holloway's dropped down. It's Aidan Gale currently running in 3rd. John Holloway in the pink car. Mark Chambers in the green car. Mick Hendy in the purple. And John Holloway's just taken himself out of contention there with a mistake at the back there. So we're currently looking at, I think that's Mick Hendy and Mark Chambers we're looking at there. 2 of the Ada Club stalwarts. Really good club, Ada. If you've not been there, I recommend going there as well. The front two have got a nice little gap, but Aidan Gale is back coming under pressure now from Mark Chambers, and Mick Hendy is in touch. Oh, Mark had a look there, very nice, clean driving, had a really good look to overtake there. Into the sort of the dog bone, out the dog bone, into the chicane. We really need to give these corners names. It will help commentators a lot. Mick Hendy's dropped back a little bit. Mark's still right under Aiden's wing, having a look. Terrific driving from Aiden Gale, I've got to say. Looking really good. A mistake from Mick Hendy off camera. He's hit the curbs, moved back a place. But this is the fight on track. It's Mark Chambers and Aiden Gale. This is a terrific display. 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go in this one. Aiden Gale is the white car. Mark Chambers is the green car. Oh, he's nipping away there, having a good look. This is terrific driving. They managed to drive all nice and close together. Good nip and tuck race. Oh, and that's unlucky for Mark. Aiden just braked perhaps a little bit early, caught Mark out, and he's off into the dirt. And unfortunately, a long way away from the marshal there. Oh, unlucky Mark. That's really unfortunate. So, how is that shaken out? With just hitting the 3-minute marker. That's Ross Stevens we're looking at. He's in second position. Aiden Gale is behind. Aiden Gale is behind him, I beg your pardon. Not quite close enough to be putting him under pressure, but not far away either. So if Ross Stevens makes any sort of mistake, Aiden will be there. Phil Ferrier has made up some ground and he's there in the sort of rainbow car now in P4, with John Holloway recovered into 5th, Mick Hendy dropped back to 6th. Oh, Aiden is, well, we've got 1.5 minutes left. If they keep this pace up, Aiden will be on terms with Ross, I'm sure. Ross Stevens can produce a faster lap, but he looks to be running out of grip a little bit, perhaps. Nope, I think he just had one unfortunate lap there and has opened the gap up a little bit. So that's Ross Stevens we're looking at there, the red, yellow and white body shell. Local driver Ross, knows his club very well. That's Phil giving Aiden a hard time, having a look up the inside. Oh, nice driving, Phil. Oh, and a mistake from Phil onto the grass. So with 30 seconds left to go, that's probably settled this one. But Aiden looks a little bit in touch with, I'll keep an eye on that one, don't worry Stu, he looks a little bit in touch with Ross. There's the race leader, Fraser Tucker. He's doing a tremendous job out front whilst everything's been kicking off a little bit behind him. Oh, someone's off behind here now. Oh, that's Mick Hendy. So there's Fraser, there's Ross, there's Aiden. This is the last lap, so this one looks like it's settled. We'll watch Fraser over the line to take the win in the 17.5 B-final race 2 here at King of Clubs KOC 22 round number 5. Congratulations, Fraser, on your win. Well done, Fraser.
So the winner of Leg 2, Fraser Tucker from the start to finish. Second is Ross Stevens. Third, Aiden Gale. 2-3-3.